Thank you very much, everyone, for coming this evening. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting of May the 10th, 2022 to order and acknowledge that the meeting is taking place on unceded Algonquin territories. And I would like to thank the Algonquin nations for hosting this meeting on their land. And with that, I'd like to call for a mover to approve the agenda. Trustee Blackburn. And are there any changes to the agenda? And seeing no changes to the agenda, I'd like to call the question on approving the agenda. All those in favor? And opposed? And thank you very much. That passes. And moving on to our agenda. And just before we get to the delegations, I'd just like to read something. It's from Policy 125, the District Code of Conduct, and part of our guiding principles. And just that part of our guiding principles is that a positive climate exists when all members of the OCDSB community feel safe, accepted, and valued, upholding social justice and the human rights of each person. Also, the OCDSB community members are aware of their rights and of their responsibilities to respect the rights of others. So with that, before we hear from tonight's delegations, I would like to share that due to a larger than expected number of requests, very significant number, the chair made the choice to limit the number and time for each delegation. We just couldn't hear from them all. The decision was made in order to balance the need for your voices on these important issues to be heard while ensuring trustees have time to make the necessary decisions. I would like to add that I monitor the time closely. And at the end of your speaking time, I will ask that you can conclude your presentation immediately. Should you fail to comply with my request, I will be forced to mute you. Also, should your delegation become disrespectful or hostile, I will also have to mute you. Once trustees have had the opportunity to ask questions of clarification, and because of tonight's agenda, I'm going to ask trustees to only ask questions of clarification and keep their ringing bells to an absolute minimum. You'll be required to leave the meeting. And if you do not exit, staff will have to remove you. So you're most welcome to continue to observe the meeting through the live stream link. I hope that delegations, trustees, and the committee members will embrace the spirit of the community of character attributes we aim to instill in our students and be courteous, respectful, and polite. And with that, we do have a few delegations this evening, and I'd like to call upon Charles Siegel to present his delegation. Charles, are you there?
Charles is not here yet.
Okay. Then let's move on to Sam Hirsch.
Okay, Sam is just joining now.
Okay. Good evening, Sam. Are you there?
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Sam. So you have 3 minutes to make your delegation, followed by up to 3 questions from trustees on questions of clarification.
Sure. Does my time start now?
Yeah, just start speaking and your time will start.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, thanks so much. Hi, so my name is Sam Hirsch, and before I begin, I would like to address the issue of speaking time and the extremely restrictive nature of delegations, though I won't have enough time to address that. And I know you mentioned something about that at the beginning, Trustee Penny, but I understand that you all don't want to be here all night, and neither do we, and would not have to be if this motion were not up for debate. But There should be no limit on the number of delegates. Allocating just 20 minutes to public delegates does a disservice to community members as well as this board. Hearing from more voices from the community will only make policy and decision making stronger, and 3 minutes is not enough time to address any of this. I would strongly recommend board trustees elected in October look at democratic reform of the public delegation process. I'm here today, like many others, both orally and in writing, to speak out against Trustee Donna Blackburn's motion to reestablish a formal relationship with the Ottawa Police in OCDSB schools. Having 2 more minutes left to delegate is not, for now, a huge hindrance because there's not much to say that you all already don't know. This board almost unanimously, save for Trustee Blackburn, voted to end the SRO program based on anecdotal and other evidence that showed it was causing people harm. School board staff themselves even put out a report putting forward many recommendations to end this program, which you followed, and the board, as you know, even issued a formal apology, apologizing for the harm this program mostly thanks to the work of groups like the Silo Collective, members of which are speaking after me today. So my question today to Trustee Blackburn and all of you is why? Why is this motion being put forward? What's the point of it? Has there been any evidence contrary to what this board voted for only a year ago to prove this isn't working? Doesn't seem like it to me. Have there been droves of parents demanding it be reinstated? Not that I have seen. So I'm left to suspect that the main culprit here is Trustee Blackburn herself. The trustee in question seems to be putting her own.
Excuse me, Mr. Hirsch, your comments are disrespectful.
I don't think it's disrespectful to
Yes,
talk
yes,
about a
please,
public official.
please do not name trustees or anyone else. Stick to.
Okay. I'll continue.
Okay.
I'll continue. Thank you. I'll speak to the rest of the trustees that it's unconscionable to see this coming back after all that you've heard and all the harm that it's caused. I don't have much time left, so I'll just finish with this, trustees. There has been no evidence to suggest that the way you voted last time was wrong, and there's no reason to vote differently. You think of why you voted in favor of ending the SRO program last time, and remember that the stories you heard from racialized students who shared their trauma with you. Remember those experiences and let those guide your decision today. This motion will once again cause unnecessary harm for no reason other than the opposition of one trustee. Please remember who you represent and why you are here. I do think it's appropriate that to name the trustee who put this forward. So I don't think that my comments were disrespectful either. So thank you, and please consider what you heard last time in the vote in June. Thank you, in June 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hirsch. And are there any questions of clarification for Mr. Hirsch? And seeing none, thank you very much. And you're welcome to watch the rest of the meeting via the live stream. And moving on to our second, is Charles Siegel back, Sandy?
Through you, Chair, no, not yet, but I've admitted Haley Dash.
Okay, thank you very much. And
through you, Mr. Chair, I have heard from Mr. Segal, and he is unfortunately able to join the meeting this evening.
okay, thank you very much, Manager Guthrie and Manager Owens. So moving on in our delegations to Haley Dash. Are you there, Haley?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We certainly can.
Okay.
Go ahead whenever you're ready. You have 3 minutes, and there will you may receive some questions afterwards, questions of clarification from trustees. So go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Hi, everyone. You already know who I am, so I won't spend time going over that. What is important for you to note that, though, as I'm representing a Silo Collective, I'm speaking on behalf of a number of students and parents and educators right now. And that's hundreds of people who have joined our movement for police-free schools. And so those are the voices that I'm uplifting through my delegation right now. The motion that's been put forward today is in direct violation of the liberated education system we've envisioned, as well as the future that you as elected trustees have committed to. And I mean beyond just a violation of the OHREA recommendations presented to you last year. So for example, in June 2021, your board committed to more anti-racist training, a do no harm approach to conflict. You've also reaffirmed your anti-racist lens for new policy. You also have an advisory committee on equity that's been counseling you on removing police from schools. But we continue to see racist motions being put forward by members of your board, and I'm wondering why this is. The motion that's being put forward is stating that policing will, quote, proactively assist students who may benefit from positive police involvement. Firstly, policing is not proactive. It's very preemptive and reactive and acts under the assumption that supposed crime is being committed. And also what research that your commissioned OHRE report and also reports coming out of groups like ours and other groups across Canada has shown that students who benefit from police involvement are those who are white, they're middle upper class, they're neurotypical. And while they're benefiting, others are actually actively being harmed simultaneously. So from your board's own commission report, quote, people who have been pushed from the margins of society, so Black folks, Indigenous folks, 2S LGBTQ+, and people with disabilities continue to be severely impacted by police presence in educational settings, end quote. This motion also states that, quote, the safety of our students and staff is a top priority. But what is not being explicitly stated is whose safety we're talking about. And what Trustee Blackburn means is that this is an illusion of safety for students who aren't being targeted and criminalized by cops in your schools. So when grounded in reality, preventing violence is done by addressing social determinants like hunger, poverty, needs for mental health supports, addressing existing power imbalances, just to name a few. So school safety cannot be enhanced by policing. This is a racist lie that cannot be perpetuated by a public school board like OCDSB. Policing, as we know, it harms, it violates, it criminalizes, it targets, and of course it kills. And I hope that you all vote tonight based on these facts.
Thank you very much. And do we have any questions of clarification from trustees? And seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation. You're welcome to watch the rest of the meeting via the live stream. And moving on, we have May Mason. May, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, May, you have 3 minutes and followed by up to 3 questions of clarification from trustees.
Perfect. September 2020, as CELU first came to the board with their demands for equitable and anti-racist schools. Like in greater society, policing at OCDSB negatively impacts migrant and racialized students at disproportionate rates. Upon receiving information about this barrier to education, trustees voted for more proof. Throughout the fall and spring, the board's Human Rights Department began a comprehensive review of policing in schools, the proof. Nearly a full year later, the department's review affirmed ASILU's initial reports to the board. Their human rights review also affirmed ASILU's own report that was student edited and self-published around the same time. It was unequivocal. Policing in school was harming students, certain students' opportunities to learn and to succeed and feel like they belonged. After debate and debate, a mountain of motions and a handful of votes, the Human Rights Department's recommendations were actualized. Police involvement was reduced to a provincial minimum. In July, I remember speaking to ASILU and to book club members and sharing a collective sigh of disappointment. The win was needed, welcomed, and celebrated, but we were so tired. Why are we always believed last? I sit down with families from your schools and listen to them share experiences similarly painted with neglect and disempowerment by the hands of your teachers and your administrators. They seep of dismissal, always of migrants' feelings, and reek of the hesitation to believe their truths. And of course, when the families mention this discrimination, even with an advocate supporting them, belief is like pulling teeth. The families and their children wonder, why are they always believed last? This motion today, trustees, is once again telling those whose human rights to education is most adversely impacted by police in school that you will always listen, believe, and support them last, if at all. I know one trustee who doesn't know this, so I hope she takes notes, but your board's commitment to equity means a commitment to centering those most adversely impacted by barriers to education, not those who benefit from them or don't experience them at all. This motion honestly spits in the face of equity. This motion, much like its maker, is racist. And speaking to the record of an elective official is not offensive when it is accurate. Yelling during a meeting is. I'm literally shaking from being yelled at by one of the board members that I'm apparently not allowed to name through the previous delegation of Sam Hirsch. My eardrums hurt, so thanks for that.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of clarification? Trustee Blackburn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the delegation. Did you just call me a racist?
Based on what I've heard
yes or no
about your
question.
record,
Trustee Blackburn?
you asked me a question. I would
clarification.
like to, yeah, so she's asking for clarification on what I said. My clarification is that based on the track record of the motion here and the language that's in it, prioritizing certain people who benefit, even though others do not, based on the data that your
not
board
say
has
it.
been presented with.
Please do not say it, Ms. Mason. Please do not say it.
Excuse me, I don't go by miss. My pronouns are they, them, as you can see in my
Please,
name.
please, they do not say that.
Please, they, that's not how grammar works, but whatever. It's the track record. You were kicked out of the board for a while as well, and now you're back, and that's great because we
Okay,
can't.
that's quite enough. Thank you very much for your delegation.
And Mr. Chair, a
Oh,
point
you're
of personal
racist.
privilege.
Thank you, Trustee
All the
Blackburn.
It's
racist
inappropriate
days.
We're going to move on.
for me to be called a name like that.
We're going to be
You
moving
should
on,
have
Trustee
called that
Blackburn.
out of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
So
much.
please don't let it happen again. It's inappropriate.
So moving on, we're Julia Hamer or Hammer. I'm sorry if I mispronounced. Are you there, Julia? Julia?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
You have up to 3 minutes, followed by up to 3 questions of clarification from trustees. So,
Okay, great. My stream was lagging a little bit. But before I start, I just want to say that that was extremely disrespectful to the delegate that just spoke. And I think that, first of all, being misgendered repeatedly back to back is extremely disrespectful, especially, and I think I would deign that the school board in particular would do better at that. As well as I think it is inappropriate for Trustee Blackburn to antagonize delegates like that. I think that was an inappropriate response, especially speaking to Blackburn's track record, which is racist.
please keep your comments respectful, Julia.
Okay, and I would ask the same of her, and also this board is well aware of that track record. So I would encourage this board not to be afraid of that label. Okay, so I haven't been to many of these. They seem fun, but I was here in the June meeting of last year where you voted almost unanimously to end the school resource officer program. I know that you heard extensive evidence and research from students, staff members, and community members about how this program made students feel extremely unsafe and increased criminalization, especially for Black and Brown youth in our schools. In this June meeting, you showed leadership amongst the school boards in Ottawa, and you showed that you'd heard these students and community members when you made the excellent and informed decision to cancel the SRO program, just as the Toronto District School Board decided in 2017 and the Peel District School Board did in 2020. Given that this motion has already been voted and acted on, and given that there is only one dissenting voice to ending the SRO program, I hope that the trustees in question this evening the trustees here this evening are being critical about the motives for this motion to reinstate this program, which has democratically and has made a democratic evidence-based decision to end the program. This board has already voted and acted upon this motion, and while this hasn't fully removed police from our schools, it has helped to make students in our schools safer. It should be a profound part of this board's legacy. It is pertinent that you stand by this decision and you do not reinstate the SRO programs in OCDSB schools. Thank you, and I will not be taking questions about this.
Thank you very much. And before I move on, I do want to offer an apology to May for my misreference to her. That was my mistake, and I do apologize. And so we're moving on to Robin Brown. Robin, are you there? Robin? Are you there?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
No problem. First thing I want to say is just to correct the chair. You said you only limited, you're limited the time for the delegations to 3 minutes. You only limited the time for delegations speaking about the SRO motion to 3 minutes, not the other one. So a little under a year ago, your statement announcing your decision to end the SRO program cited the consultations you did where individuals shared traumatic experiences regarding their interactions with police in schools. You said those experiences showed that the presence of police officers in schools created anxiety and feelings of vulnerability for some students, especially those who experience racism, oppression, and/or hate. Your statement said canceling the SRO program supported your commitment to ensuring that schools are a safe, caring, and welcoming place for all students and staff. Finally, your statement said the board would invite other Ottawa school boards, community partners, the City of Ottawa, and the Ottawa Police Service to collaborate on new ways to move forward. So like Sam said, the first obvious question is, why is Trustee Blackburn's motion necessary at all, considering it seems to be asking the board to do what it already said it would do? Next, the motion says, quote, school safety can be enhanced by a partnership with the police service, which supports the safety and security of school communities and proactively assists students who may benefit from positive police involvement, unquote. So school safety isn't enhanced when some students, especially those who experience racism, oppression, and/or hate, say police officers in schools make them feel anxious and vulnerable. And although there may be some students who say they could benefit from police involvement, Trustee Blackburn doesn't seem to understand a basic concept of human rights, and that is, if something benefits some—
Excuse me, Mr. Brown, please don't disparage trustees.
I'm not disparaging. I'm making
yes, you are. Speak to the principles, Mr. Brown.
Right. So, but harms others. That thing must be ended because your legal obligation is to ensure that schools are a safe, caring, and welcoming place for all students. The motion also says the Ottawa Police Service continues to be an important partner in maintaining safety and security, unquote. Really? So why did the OPS allow truckers to occupy Ottawa for 3 weeks? We still don't know because they haven't told anyone, but we actually weren't surprised they did nothing. And we weren't surprised because that the OPS treated the truckers very differently from how they treated the young Black and Indigenous protesters who blocked an Ottawa intersection in November 2020 following the acquittal of OPS Constable Daniel Monson in the death of Abdi Rahman Abdi. On the contrary, we saw the OPS acting exactly as expected. We didn't join the chorus of people calling them impotent, because calling them impotent would have meant they wanted to do something but couldn't. But they didn't want to do anything, and that's because the OPS, like all police forces in Canada, has always had one mandate: protect the powerful. So anyway, however, rather than taking responsibility for their inaction, unnamed OPS sources in the media blamed it on former Chief Slowly, saying they were, quote, paralyzed because he was too busy allegedly bullying senior staff to give them proper direction. Yeah, they used the age-old racist technique of labeling Black people aggressive to shift blame away from themselves. And why hasn't Acting Chief Steve Bell said anything about this? Vote no to this motion and fulfill your legal obligation to ensure schools are a safe, caring, and welcoming place for all students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. And do we have any questions of clarification for Robin? And seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation, and you're welcome to watch the meeting through the live stream. And I'd just like to note that we have received quite a number of written delegations, and I would strongly encourage all the trustees, since because of the timing issues, we're not able to get to them all, that they read all the rest of the trustees, and it's included in your agenda package. And thank you very much to all the delegations. And moving on in our agenda to briefing from the chair of the board. So, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a full agenda tonight, as the chair has indicated, with some very important and sensitive topics. So I would like to ask everyone, trustees, staff, committee members, and everyone else in attendance to be respectful of both our time and of each other. At this table, we discuss and debate important issues, and I hope we can do that tonight without personalizing the debate or making comments that are inflammatory or triggering for anyone in attendance or observing our meeting. Second item is that registration for our 2022 summer school programs for students in grades 6 to 8 is now open. 2 non-credit programs are available for OCDSB students who are currently in grades 6 to 8, as well as some Reach Ahead credit courses for grade 8 students who will be entering grade 9. More details can be found on our website. Next item is that the OCDSB is fortunate to be able to offer students 2 outdoor education centers, one in the east and one in the west. On Saturday, May the 14th, the McSkimming Outdoor Education Center, which is east of Cumberland Village, is having its annual Open Trails event from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. This is the only day in the year when the center is open to the public to come and explore this 425-acre classroom. It's a great opportunity to enjoy nature and the beautiful weather we're having at the moment. And finally, on Wednesday, May the 18th, the OCDSB will be hosting the 17th Annual Rainbow Youth Forum. This virtual evening will include workshops and opportunities for students to connect with each other. Registration is open to all 2S LGBTQ+ OCDSB students, staff, community organization, and parents or guardians who are supporting an attending student. More information on this event can be found on our website also. And that concludes my briefing for this evening.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And are there any questions for the chair? And seeing none, moving on to briefing from the director. Go ahead, Madam Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Last week, we were pleased to announce the recipients of this year's Director's Citation and Employee Recognition Awards. I encourage you to read more about these individuals on our website. We're also grateful for the hard work and dedication that they bring to their roles each and every day. So I want to personally communicate my thanks in this forum. I should also note that we were happy to receive many nominations of amazing volunteers in our Community Recognition Awards, and we'll be announcing those in June. Students from Canterbury High School and John McCrae Secondary School earned top prizes at the inaugural Euro Challenge Canada competition, which was held last week. Students were required to do a 15-minute presentation recommending policies to address an economy-related challenge involving an EU country. They then had to answer some difficult questions from judges from various European embassy delegations. 5 OCDSB teams competed, and Canterbury High School students won first prize and $1,200 each. A team from John McCrae Secondary School earned second place and $1,000 each. Thanks and congratulations to all involved, and thanks to their teachers for supporting their work. Finally, on May 17th, the OCDSB will be hosting a speaker series event for a discussion on stress and anxiety in children. The presenters will be Dr. Kristen Schaub, Supervisor of Psychological Services in the OCDSB, and Jeremy Doucette, a Registered Psychological Associate with the College of Psychologists of Ontario. This session will provide an opportunity for parents and caregivers to understand the differences between stress, fear, and anxiety, to learn practical strategies to help children with feelings of stress and worry, and reflect on their own stress to be in the best position to support our children, their children, and their families. Registration information can be found on our website. That's all for my update today, Chair. And with your indulgence, I will pass it to Associate Director Reynolds for a COVID update. Associate Director Reynolds.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Pleased to report that things continue to appear to be trending in an encouraging direction. Class closures over the past several school days have continued to decrease, averaging 1 or 2 closures a day over the past few days. Obviously, the need to close classes is not directly contributed to by rates of COVID in the community, but certainly higher rates in the community do exacerbate this situation. Voluntarily reported staff and student cases of COVID currently sit at 22 active cases, considering we have 73,000 students. That isn't too bad. OPH has shared that current indicators suggest that the surge has at least plateaued, if in fact it is not rescinding. Parents and staff are encouraged to continue such practices as daily self-assessment and should be advised to be sure that they're using the most current screening tool. As conditions continue to be removed, such as the having masking requirements in the community for those who are vaccinated returning from international travel, those have been dropped. So using the most recent tool will be sure to give individual staff and students the best possible advice, which we will continue to share with them. That's the end of the COVID report for today.
Thank you very much. And do we have questions for the director or the COVID update? And starting off with Trustee Campbell.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask a follow-up question. Do we have any indication from OPH as to whether they are still the advice that reinstated mask mandate continues to make sense in the Ottawa region, given the 6th wave statistics and such? Do we know?
Associate Director, are you ready to respond?
Sure. And to clarify, OPH had never directly advised to staff that they thought we should have a mandatory mandate, but certainly the the medical officer had made, comments that would suggest it was a good idea. So they have not been, we've been discussing with them how they might best inform the decision to discontinue the masking mandate. They are reticent, as they always have been, to make any kind of explicit recommendation, but they do continue to share with us the information, the epidemiological information regarding COVID and the key indicators in the community, in the hope of that we may be well informed. We will have a meeting with them again tomorrow morning, and I know the director has had conversations with Dr. Etches, and so we hope to be able to bring something, forward to you in the coming days or weeks.
Okay, thank you. I am leery personally anyway of us being put in the position of the evaluators of epidemiological evidence. I don't know that that's our job necessarily. I guess the key question for me is if the current circumstances obtained today, obtained those weeks ago when Dr. Etches made their statement of support for the idea, would they make the same statement of support today? I think we can phrase the question to them in terms of their statement from some weeks ago to get some clarification. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Campbell. And moving on to Trustee Bell.
Thank you for the update, and through you, Chair. My question is in regards to the upcoming election and use of school buildings for that election. In particular, my question to the director is whether or not we would be able to follow in the footsteps of the Peel District and others who have changed their professional development day to that of the election day. So in our case, I believe that would be from June 3rd to June 2nd. Has there been consideration given to that? And is it possible, in fact, possible for us to do that? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, to the director, to the trustees' question, we did contemplate that. We did some research in regards to that. And in fact, there are very, very few districts in the province that have in fact undertaken that commitment. Most of the districts are maintaining their established PD day. And a part of it is we did contemplate the notion of the short timeline to that change. June 2nd is not very far away, and so making that change would certainly have a negative impact on communities of elementary school students. It's also important to note that this PA day is in fact only an elementary PA day. It is not a secondary PA day. And so in any event, the impact would not be felt on secondary school students. Additionally, in our consideration and research into the matter, all of the rest of the Ottawa districts are maintaining their PA day. So what that will do is create an inconsistency for families where we have people working in one board and students in another. And we also have considered the issue of transportation, because a mismatch in transportation results in a cost. So all those things taken together, as well as the structures that have been put into place to ensure that there isn't an intermingling of people who are accessing the polling stations with the students in the school, we believe that it is a safe environment. And so we are maintaining the regular school day on June the 2nd for elementary school students and secondary school students.
One quick follow-up, will electors be required to wear masks when they're voting?
The supervision and the facilitation of the polling stations is the responsibility of Elections Ontario. And so we have ensured that we've informed them of our masking mandate, but we will not be supervising the polling stations, as that is the domain of the Elections Ontario.
Thank you very much. And are there any additional questions for the director? And seeing none, we're going to move on our agenda to matters for action. Item 8.1, report 22-037, Vimy Ridge interim accommodation measures. And I'd like to call upon the director to introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'll turn this directly to CFO Carson, who's here with members of his team to take us through his report and respond to questions.
Thanks, Chair. Just before I turn it over to Karen Ostachuk, our Manager of Planning, who carried out this review, I would like to indicate that we had some very important discussions with the working group. We heard a lot of comments, some we had anticipated, some we didn't. And as often happens during the consultation, we can find different roads to go down. And I think you'll see that in our recommendation this evening, that it is different from what we had thought it might look like when we brought you the consultation plan earlier on in the year. And so I do have Manager Ostachuk is here to be able to take you briefly through the report and its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try and be as brief as I can, but also we want to get the details out. So we hopefully anticipate and answer your questions before you have to ask them. The situation in Vimy Ridge has changed, in Finley Creek has changed a little bit from the time that we launched this particular study. The very good news is that we have received funding for the second Finley Creek Elementary School. The reason that we're here looking for interim measures is that Vimy Ridge is the only elementary school currently in the Finley Creek community. And the overcrowding is present because we desperately need to build another school. However, we do have to carry on with this particular initiative at this point in time, because although the school has been funded, We do have intervening time before we can get the school constructed and open, and the overcrowding is not manageable without some other measure being put in place for that period of time. So I did want to acknowledge the great work of not only the planning staff in putting together the business cases in support of that school, but also in particular the Vimy Ridge community, Kavita Ajwali and Ahmed Fawal, and the entire school community supported by the area trustee for really spearheading the initiative to get that funding in place. So as I said, while this is good news, measures still have to be taken because Vimy Ridge cannot remain status quo for the time that it will take to build that second school. As CFO Carson noted, when we began this process in the fall, we began it with, as we always do, a scenario for consideration, a particular solution that could be put in place. And it really does demonstrate why we do things this way. It gave people something to latch onto, it gave them something to comment on, and certainly we heard a good deal of feedback. The first thing that we did look at, and the scenario that introduced this process, was to redirect the grade 7 and 8 grades from Vimy Ridge Public School to Steve McLean Public School, alleviating pressure that way. We certainly heard back from not only the Vimy Ridge community, but the Riverside South community in a very collegial sort of way and a supportive sort of way, that Steve McLean had seen bigger numbers than what the 7 and 8 redirection would result in, but they were, the Steve McLean community really wanted to maintain that ease. They're still over capacity. And we also heard from the Riverside South community, the Summerhill area in particular, that is currently redirected to Farley Mowat Public School across the river, that they would like to see a consolidation of all of Riverside South at Steve McLean Public School before entertaining taking another group and locating them within that school catchment for whatever reason and for whatever period of time. Again, we'll go through the pros and cons of these. Really, when there's an interim measure, it's always disruptive and it's always less than optimal. But we do consider the good things and bad things about scenarios. The good thing about moving the intermediate grades to Steve McLean would be, in particular for us, it's something that is, and I use the term easy. I know it's not easy on families. I know it's not easy on staff and students in particular, but it is a predictable thing to phase in. It is a predictable thing to phase out. We know exactly how many children would be moved, the student number. We know exactly how much pressure would be alleviated and what that means in the school. You know what you're dealing with in that manner. So the organization of the school, the resourcing and the staffing of it is somewhat more straightforward. The bad aspects of it is, as I said, Steve McLean is already above capacity. It's not as bad as it has been in the past, but it would still be high. It does mean the separation of some siblings, younger siblings remaining at Vimy Ridge and older siblings going to Steve McLean. So the separation of families. We did hear from that Summerhill community. We also heard from OSTA that to facilitate this move, a bell time change would be required for the busing required from the Finley Creek community into Steve McLean. So while only a 10-minute time change, accommodating the kids from Finley Creek would necessitate a change to the entire Steve McLean community timing. And as most of us with children know, when it comes to getting kids out the door in the morning and yourself out the door in the morning, we're running on pretty tight schedules. So even that 10 minutes can make a difference. The final thing that it did was it made us have to examine the high school feed. Currently, the Riverside South community feeds to Maryville, and ultimately we know we're excited that we'll be building a high school in Riverside South. Right now, Finley Creek, Vimy Ridge feeds to Ridgemont High School. We knew if we moved the 7s and 8s to Steve McLean, we'd most likely have to, at the same time, look at their high school feed. You wouldn't want to move them once, have them reestablish new connections at Steve McLean, and then wrench them away from those new connections to a different high school. So we were asked by everyone on the working group to try and come up with a different solution. The solution that we proposed for examination was looking just north of Vimy Ridge and the Finley Creek community to the Robert Bateman School catchment and the Roberta Bondar School catchment. It's straight up Bank Street. It's about 7 kilometers away, so it's a doable sort of bus ride. It's within, it's certainly within a reasonable distance. We could have looked at Roberta Bondar alone because it does have the full grade complement from K to 8. However, Roberta Bondar is nicely full right now. They do have about approaching 100% utilization factor. So adding all the students that we'd see growing in the Finley Creek community to one of the 2 schools would probably be overwhelming for it. It doesn't have the flex of a newer build. So we look to Robert Bateman, which does have some excess capacity that could be used for this purpose, and have the students feeding if they required to feed to Roberta Bondar for 7 and 8. The thought is that we would leave Vimy Ridge status quo with all the students that are there currently remaining there. We would pick a date upon which and after which anyone moving into the Finley Creek community for the first time would be directed to either Bateman or Bondar. We contemplate in this grandfathering the younger siblings of those children already at Vimy Ridge. So if they have a sibling that is not yet school aged, we don't think because they are not in the school system that we would direct them to Bateman and Bondar. We would look to have them grandfathered with their older sibling. Also for those families who have moved to Finley Creek any number of years ago before the date that we set, and have had children in that time who have heretofore not been school aged, we seek to grandfather them at Vimy. We would also grandfather people moving within the Finley Creek community from one house to another. The reason for this is that if we take all new feeding students away from Vimy Ridge, in addition to it splitting up families, siblings, that sort of strife, we would also end up with a school that had no kindergarten intake. And depending on how long this interim measure has to stay in force, that could be a 1 or 2 year blip. So we think that is detrimental. We would note that with this particular Bondar Bateman solution, the high school feed remains the same. Everybody carries on to Ridgemont regardless. So that is a good thing. We also know that the alleviation of pressure, although less predictable, we don't know what grade the kids will be in. We don't know what program the students will be in. It's going to be spread over, but we do know from examining the increase in enrollment at Vimy Ridge year to year, we're probably looking at about 75 to 100 students a year. And that does take into account the number of children that would be grandfathered there. So that's just straight alleviation of pressure. So the good of that is that no current students are impacted. The reason that that is good is that now that we have the funding for the second Finley Creek Elementary School, again, not to complicate this further, but we do have to start a boundary study there soon. We have to establish a new boundary. Right now, Vimy Ridge's boundary takes in all of the Finley Creek community. With the second school, we have designed that to calve off the Vimy Ridge community. So we didn't want a situation where we took existing students and moved them 3 times back and forth. This way, the students potentially at Bateman, we don't think we'd do it for Bondar, but the situation is for those students who are at Bateman and for a group of students at Vimy Ridge. Once the new school opens, there will probably be a block move required to populate that school. Upon funding, the ministry and the argument we made in the business case is that that school would be highly populated upon its opening. There may be more flexibility for those students who are going to be directed to Robert Bateman, but will find themselves and their address in the existing Vimy Ridge community. There may be an opportunity, and we'll discuss this with the boundary study, to have them grandfathered at Robert Bateman when that time comes. So the recommendation that you have before you is the latter one that I've discussed. I would like to take just one more minute to tell you that the working group we had here was extremely broad-minded. One of the, I think the best that I've ever worked with. They were all there to try and help one another and get this solution in place as best we could. Something that worked as best it could for everyone. So that was really heartening to see. It was also heartening to see the way that Riverside South, for example, who had worked so hard to get the Riverside South High School funded, how they really helped the Finley Creek community kind of galvanize and get behind the funding for this new school. So we are grateful for that. So the recommendation that we have put before you, and I will make one more comment on it, is that as of January 1st, 2023, anyone new moving into the Finley Creek community, having children seeking a public education, will be directed to either Robert Bateman for K-6 or Roberta Bondar for grades 7 and 8. And we do have the grandfathering clause in that we hope captures everyone and is very clear. A comment was made to me today. We did use the same sort of format that we've used in the past for these sorts of recommendation, but the wording is that commencing on January 1st, 2023, and thereafter until new boundaries can be established for Finley Creek number 2, the following redirection will be in place. It is our contention that the boundaries really come into play when the school is open, but just in case there is any lack of clarity there, we will add before board that it's not only the attendance boundary being established, but the school being open. There's really no attendance until you've got a school, but happy to stop it there and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Manager Ostachuk. And going to Trustee Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair Penny, and thank you, Manager Ostachuk, for the report. I'd like to move the recommendations listed on report 22037. Did you need me to read them out, Chair Penny, or?
No, no, that's fine. But if you have an introduction, go ahead.
Well, as Manager Ostachuk mentioned, very challenging to create interim measures for a situation where the overcrowding, the safety issues at Vimy Ridge are incredible. Certainly there is a number of issues, not only the traffic, the shortage of washrooms, green space for the children, definitely very challenging for the community. I'd also like to thank the community of Finley Creek and Riverside South during the working groups. It was productive and yes, very challenging, but very supportive. So a thank you to both of those groups, and a thank you to Manager Ostachuk, who is obviously losing her voice this evening. So hopefully we can keep it simple, but thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jenkins. And moving on to Trustee Lyra.
I have one question. I asked a very similar question, what feels like years ago, but very well might have been only a year ago, about how long we can hop and scotch through this area without an actual accommodation review.
With regard to the Finley Creek area, I think we're fairly stable. With the last number of schools that we've built, we've very carefully designed it so that the next study in Finley Creek will simply be a boundary study for the next school. It'll be pretty easy the way that that calves off, and that is very, very much by design. The accommodation review that may come up, I don't even know that I'd call it an accommodation review, if I may. I think with the Riverside South High School boundary being established, it may also bring into play the direction of Summer Hill, that part of Riverside South to Farley Mowat, and whether or not we can repatriate the whole thing. That's more, I don't mean to split hairs, Trustee Lyra, but we see that as a boundary study really rather than an accommodation review. We have the programs that people seem to want. We don't seem to have any lagging programs anywhere. So it's simply a matter of managing the growth and the boundaries, which we've tried to give some forethought and planning to planners.
All right, thank you. I'm intending to support this motion. It seems very reasonable to me.
Thank you very much, Trustee Lara. And moving on to Trustee Scott.
Thank you, and thanks very much for the report. First question relates to the reference to the date commencing on the 1 January 2023 and thereafter until new boundaries can be established for Finley Creek #2 Elementary School. I wasn't clear on whether it was intended that the motion should include the language and the new school is opened or built or whatever.
Through you, Chair, that was the nature of my comments, that we would add "and the school opened" for clarity. In the past, that particular wording has been used, the implications of which the boundary isn't really in effect until there's a school to have a boundary for, but we'll clear that up.
Well, thank you for that. What I would like to do is propose to amend the recommendation that's on the floor to add those words as Manager Ostovichuk has stated them into Part A.
So Trustee Scott, you're moving an amendment?
Yes, I am.
All right, so if we could just get that the motion.
For you, Mr. Chair, if Manager Ostovichuk could clarify the appropriate text, I would appreciate it.
So after boundaries can be established, oh, and you have it, and the new school opened, I think that suffices, is clear in my mind. Or, yeah, maybe like that.
And that is my amendment. As Manager Ostovichuk indicated, it's important for clarity, and anyone looking up what our motion actually states shouldn't have to go hunting for it somewhere else.
All right, thank you very much. And is that your introduction, Trustee Scott? Or
that is it?
All right. Any debate on the amendment? Have you, Trustee Fisher, as on the main motion? But if you would like to speak to the amendment, go ahead.
No, Keith, I'm on the main motion.
No problem. So seeing no speakers on the amendment, Trustee Scott, do you have a wrap up?
None required.
Thank you. And is this friendly? If this is not friendly, then someone speak up or please raise your hand. And that's friendly, Trustee Scott. So I think you still have some time.
Thank you for that. And the other thing is a question, because I recall when the original proposal came forward for consultation, there was a lot of concern about traffic issues in the area. And with the redirection of students north to Roberta Bondar and Robert Bateman, I would assume that they would be going up Bank Street and then probably on Conroy Road. So would the proposed redirection alleviate the traffic issues that had previously concerned parents in the community?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if the redirection will alleviate all of the issues. We do know that OSTA has been actively involved in that area, and that traffic with the school administration has been looked at for student safety. The redirection of these students will just see that problem does not exacerbate, if you will. And so we'll make sure that with that continued growth, you won't see more and more cars there. I don't know, and I cannot say for sure that it will alleviate the problem that exists now.
Thank you for that. I will be supporting the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Trustee Scott. And moving on to Trustee Fisher.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a fairly quick question. I was engaged fairly late in the process, I think, when Bondar and Bateman started to be considered as viable options, which I fully support. I guess the question that I have, if I was at the table, is, as we, so we look beyond sort of the numbers and the ability for Bondar and Bateman to welcome students from Finley Creek. What else needs to be considered in terms of programming supports and additional investments at those schools? At the best of times, they are challenging school communities and schools themselves. My three kids went to, well, two of my kids are still at Bondar. So as we sort of look to load up these facilities, is there any special consideration that needs to be given to additional supports or programming or investments at those schools to make sure that we are not only settling these kids in these environments, but we've got the capacity at schools to make sure that the school learning environment is as best as it can be, because it is challenging at the best of times, particularly at Roberta Bondar. As I believe, I think Bondar is I'm using old terminology, but it's still a race school. I can't remember about Bateman, so I'm just curious about how that may have come up in the conversation, which I know was not necessarily a planning one.
If I may, Chair, I can begin, I think, and then we know that the principals engaged were confident that they and their staff teams could provide that kind of welcoming environment. We review schools annually to see what circumstances are and how the school is changing, whether it's as a result of a redirection or a new development in the school. So I think that will be managed through the normal staffing processes as we move forward, recognizing the changing, what might or might not be a changing demographic in the school. But as always, there is significant planning between the principals that are both going to be receiving those students, and with the current and the upcoming principal in Vimy Creek. So they have Vimy Ridge, they have a better understanding of that Findlay Creek community, some of the neighborhood issues that people are setting. So I can't give you a firm example today, but yes, I think that is a topic of discussion that's always a priority, and Superintendent Laverne and others will be engaged in that process.
Okay, thank you.
I would, if I may, I'll just add one of the things that we've done, because we were looking at a January 1st sort of implementation date. Vimy Ridge thought that they could remain status quo for next year. One of the things that we thought originally was with the 7 and 8 redirection, we would implement it as of September, this coming September. We heard back from Vimy Ridge that they thought that they could make it through one more year and status quo. The fact that this implements in January starts alleviating the pressure mid-year, but we've also let HR know as far as staffing for that school to ease up that they will have uncharacteristic increases in students come January 1st through the end of the school year and for as long as this particular interim measure is in place. And we've given them the numbers to anticipate. We can't know with precision what grade these children will be in, but experience tells us that most people move into the community when their children are quite young. So it's usually K to 3 sort of impact, and we've accounted for that.
Okay, thanks, Karen. I appreciate it and fully support the options, the recommendations. I'm glad that Roberta Bondar and Robert Bateman can play a role. It is a logical redirection, particularly since the kids from these schools go to Ridgemont as well. So I fully support that, and it's too bad I wasn't engaged earlier, but I'm fully supportive of the recommendations.
Thank you very much. And seeing no further speakers to this motion, going back to Trustee Jenkins for a wrap up.
None required, Chair Penny.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to call the question on the recommendations A and B, the two parts.
I'm sorry, Chair, did you call the question? I was not able to hear that.
Yes, I did, Trustee Bell. Sorry about that. All those in favor?
Scott in favor.
Boothby in favor. Blackburn in favor.
Bell in favor.
Jennifer's in
favor.
favor.
Huff in favor.
Campbell in favor.
Ellis in favor.
Lyra in favor.
Any in favor? And all opposed? And abstentions? And seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone. Moving on to item 8.2, reports 22-038, purchase of replacement Chromebooks, and going to the director to introduce the report.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Superintendent Sean Lehman is present with us along with Manager Sandy Owens. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Lehman at this time.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, before you, we have report 22-038 around the replacement of Chromebooks. So what we're seeking is approximately just over 3,000 replacement Chromebooks. This is part of our 5-year technology acquisition plan. We're bringing it to you a little bit earlier than normal because there is a little bit of two things. There's a little bit of space in the 2021-22 capital budget, and that we do have a number of items in business and learning technology that we are seeking to purchase next year around software or hardware as well as infrastructure items. So it is coming to you a little bit early by enabling us to move through here as well and enabling us to order these devices. If the recommendation does pass, it will enable us to get these into the hands of our students come September. Just to note within the report a couple of things. So we have about 7,500 devices that will be end of life next year. So those are Chromebooks and they're basically end of life because they stop taking updates. So those will no longer be secure in our system. So they won't be used any longer in schools and they will be removed. From the aspect of learning, we all know that over the last 2.5, 3 years, things have changed substantially, and technology is certainly used in many different ways. We have many of our staff that continue to use technology in ways that they weren't before, and expectations on students have changed as well through the use of technology. So lots of modernization here, and as you may have been able to see in the body of the report, that over the last 3 or 4 years, we've certainly been able to add a number of devices, namely Chromebooks, to our fleet in order to support that modernization within the context of the classroom. Our curriculum and learning opportunities continue to change as well. So within the report, we highlighted 2 different things for your information. One would be in secondary, with the implementation beginning next year of 2 e-learning courses for each of our secondary students. We want to make sure in terms of that we have adequate devices that students are able to use so that they are able to access those e-learning courses as a requirement. And then as de-streaming continues in both grades 9 and 10 next year, that will be a major focus as well. And again, program and learning is focused on our students in those grade levels being provided with devices. Our math curriculum has been adjusted, particularly in grade 9 and all the way through, actually, where a greater emphasis on STEM related learning and coding. So again, a greater need in many subject areas for the use of technology. So happy to answer any questions that you may have, and we're bringing this to you for, again, the recommendation is for the purchase of just over 3,000, I think 3,130 Chromebooks that will replace our aging fleet moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And moving on to, or sorry, going to trustees and Trustee Lyra.
I will move the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Trustee Lyra. And do you have an introduction?
I have a question, and that is, what is the plan for the, and I've lost the number offhand, the Chromebooks that are going out of end of life? What do we intend to do with those?
Thanks for the question through you, Chair, Trustee Lyra. I am going to ask Manager Owens if Manager Owens can respond to that, please.
Through you, Chair. Generally, what we do is we engage a recycling company to take them, and because they are a safety risk, a security risk, we can no longer use them on our network. They are also usually not usable for anybody else, simply because they no longer take updates. Many of the applications that we would want our students using would no longer be usable on those devices. So we generally engage with one of our environmental recycling companies that would make sure that, first of all, they are wiped completely, that any usable parts are also then reused, and that they were properly disposed of.
I'm wondering if any consideration has been given to wiping them and then donating them to the Boys and Girls Club, to local nonprofits or charities for children in poverty who might not have the same security concerns that we do, but might benefit from owning even an older laptop, as opposed to just sending them right to the recycler.
Through you, Chair, I certainly think, Trustee Lyra, that's something that we could certainly take into consideration. One of the things that we do look at as well is people power, so to speak, around doing these types of things. With staff challenges and sometimes staff shortages, it tends to be a little bit of a challenge, but certainly that is something we'll take into consideration and look at.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Trustee Lyra. Moving on to Trustee Scott.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just was wondering, with the number of devices that are coming up for end of life, this purchase will only replace half of them, roughly. So is there a plan then to bring forward an additional purchase at a later date?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Trustee Scott. There is a plan to bring that forward, and that plan would come forward hopefully in the fall of the 22-23 school year. We are still working through the budget process, so that is the end goal.
So we can expect to see something in the budget recommendations on this, probably?
If I may, Chair, our budget has always included a provision for replacement of computer equipment. In looking ahead to next year, we realized that replacement cost was in fact going to represent a significant increase from previous years. We felt that as we were carrying out our forecast for this year, that we had the capacity to accelerate part of next year's purchases, not all of them, but some of them, to take some of that pressure off of next year's budget, which will facilitate us getting to an approved budget that is in compliance with the ministry's guidelines. So you will see a provision in as part of the 22-23 budget for the balance of the Chromebooks that are required. And Superintendent Lehman and Ms. Owens are working on a longer term study that will help us to identify what that ongoing cyclical replacement cost will look like as we move to a more permanent stage with these new ratios in place.
Thank you for that. It sounds like a sensible idea.
Thank you very much. And seeing no further speakers to this, going to return to Trustee Lara for a wrap up.
None required. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Trustee Lara. And with that, I'd like to call a question on this motion. So if you could not only put your hand up, but speak out so that the people on the stream can hear how you're voting. So all those in favor of the recommendations of report 22-038.
Lara in favor.
Boothby in favor.
Campbell in favor.
Ellis in favor.
Blackburn in favor.
Janikins in favor.
Bell in favor.
Scott in favor.
Fisher in favor.
Penny in favor. And opposed? And the motion passes. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 8.3, report 22-035, approval of new policy P.142.SCO, child sexual abuse prevention. And I'd like to call upon the director to introduce the report.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This is a new policy that we're bringing before you. I'd like to acknowledge the work of Associate Director Brett Reynolds. Associate Director has been working on this particular path of prevention and protection for several years, including some of the engagements around training that has already been done with our staff. And part of the path to change has included the development of this policy. So I'd like to call on Associate Director Reynolds at this point to speak to the proposed policy, along with responding to questions that should arise. So over to you, Associate Director Reynolds.
Great, thank you. And through you, Chair. As mentioned, 2018-2019 staff began working closely with the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, the leading not-for-profit national organization dedicated to the prevention of child sexual abuse. In addition to considerable training for our staff and leaders, including the completion of the Commit to Kids program by all school-based staff, our work with the Centre led to the understanding that the district needed a policy aimed at preventing child sexual abuse to work in tandem with the already well-established policy and procedure for reporting allegations of employee misconduct. The proposed policy before you has many elements, but of note are providing definitions and clarity for concepts such as appropriate contact, concerning behaviors, and grooming behaviors, training requirements for staff, establishing an annual declaration by staff that they know, understand, and will follow the policy and procedure, and perhaps most importantly, establishing the importance of reporting concerning behaviors and the need to follow up on these reports, If nothing else, we want the adults working with our students to know that if they see something that causes them concern, that they should share that with the appropriate supervisor, and that this is not the same thing as making a formal allegation. This is perhaps one of the most important moves that we can make towards preventing child sexual abuse in our schools. Consultation on the proposed policy occurred over the past 2 years with many different groups, and feedback was incorporated as appropriate. The policy that is seen before you was the labor of many, including the Center for Child Protection, our policy analyst and executive officer, our manager of legal services, and others. We want to acknowledge the leadership to the earlier part of the project provided by Principal Ryan Bain, who was instrumental in getting this work up and moving. With that, we are very pleased to present policy P.142.SEO, child sexual abuse prevention, for your approval, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Trustee Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to move the motion.
Thank you very much. And do you have introduction, Trustee Campbell?
Briefly, and then a couple of questions. I really appreciate staff bringing this forward. Clearly voices, as the conveying report suggests, both within and without the district have been calling for the penning of such a policy for some time. And it's great to see this finally come to fruition. I know a lot has gone into it. I don't personally have any important objections to what's here. And urge folks to consider passing it. I do have a couple of questions, though. One is the language in the current draft seems to vary between referring to students and referring to the child or children. And in my mind, these things, these groups of persons have different definitions with different scopes. And so I guess I was wondering if both terms are used, however, without discrimination. And I guess I would ask for a staff comment.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and I certainly invite comments from Manager Sinclair or Executive Officer Giroux if they feel I've missed something. I think you'll see the use of child in the title and through the definitions in particular, because child sexual abuse or exploitation is the problem, is the crime, and it transcends the educational setting, it transcends schools. And a lot of the definitions of child sexual abuse are that, they focus on the child. However, when it gets to the specific directives, you'll see the word student much more often, because the children that this policy is concerned with are those children that are in our care and are therefore most typically defined as students. So I think that's the primary reason for the difference. However, we could give it certainly a second read to see if we are blending throughout the body of the policy. Again, I don't know if anyone else who was part of the writing wanted to expand on that further, but I believe that's the main reason for the use of the two terms.
Just in follow-up, Mr. Chair, I did have an opportunity to speak with the trustee, and we're happy to go back and just reassess the language. And when we come back to board, we'll provide any clarification as needed.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wondering as well whether additional policy references might be considered for the reference documents. I'm thinking of the safe schools, but that's basically for your staff to take under advisement. Apart from that, I didn't really have any quibbles with the text per se, but I do have a question to staff with respect to what feedback they've had from those invested in seeing this policy come forward as to its sufficiency. I guess it's a double barrel question, and what kinds of details staff see themselves fleshing out in the accompanying procedures. What will the procedures cover in detail for staff and community in general terms that may not be clearly present in the policy?
So through you, Chair, a lot of the feedback, especially to whether the scope of the policy is sufficient. Often when we receive that feedback, people were either not aware or were not necessarily thinking of. They already established a procedure around reporting allegations. And so the two pieces do come together, and the procedure will make that link quite tight. I think one of the things that requires the most clarification, especially from our principals, vice principals, and staff, is this idea of what a report of concerning behavior looks like, how that is managed, and how that is addressed. Because in many cases, we fully anticipate and we hope that, you know, the concerning behavior reported will in fact be entirely innocent in its nature, but it could also be an indication of perhaps normalizing behavior or early grooming behavior. So sometimes it's too hard to tell at the beginning. And that's really why we want staff and volunteers, when they observe things that just, again, cause them that concern, to bring it forward. And how we distinguish between that and a formal report or allegation. One of the great barriers that we heard from staff is that they are reluctant to report concerning behavior sometimes because they don't want to make an accusation or an allegation of grooming or misconduct. They just saw a conversation in a parking lot. You know, it causes them concern, but they're not sure anything really inappropriate was happening. So the procedure will have to help find clarity on those issues, in particular for staff and their supervisors.
Thank you very much. One last question. The scope, the intended scope of this policy is, though, I mean, the staff misconduct policy is referenced, but the goes beyond staff student interactions in terms of wider allegations of community beyond the school community interaction and possible sexual abuse of students and or children. Is that correct? Do I understand the scope correctly? It's not simply a staff-oriented policy?
Well, the purpose is primarily to aim at preventing abuse from occurring within schools, within our schools.
Okay.
And so it is not to react to, although there is you know, reference in here to disclosure should that happen, and disclosure could be of an abuse that has happened anywhere, and then staff would be required to respond you know, through reporting and supportive actions. However, as we do undertake, and we are beginning this work on undertaking and developing educational programs for students to help them understand what healthy relationships with adults looks like, that is completely transferable, although the primary aim is to prevent child sexual abuse from happening within our schools, but those skills and knowledge they'll be able to take with them as they go into the community. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and presumably then student possibilities of abuse as well. Yes. Anyway, I'll listen to the debate, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Trustee Campbell. And moving on to Ms. Miller. Go ahead, Lily.
Hi, thank you. I really appreciate this policy, and I especially appreciate the focus, some of the focus on concerning behavior, because that it really it needs to be clear, and it is. I have two questions. One is regarding 4.8. No, sorry, 4.5. There's language about when there's concerning behavior from an employee, but do we need anything for volunteers? Or is that covered somewhere else? And my second question is, where does informing the parents come in here? I think is it, you know, when there's an allegation, is it when there's an investigation, or is it when something's been confirmed? From a parent's point of view, it would be upsetting to know if, let's say, an investigation has been going on for 2 months and someone's been found, you know, guilty or what have you, that they haven't been notified. So just wondering about those two things. Thanks.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So the intention of 4.5 in the beginning, the first part of it, there's two parts there, I guess, is that the district shall have practices in place for the reporting of concerning behavior to the appropriate supervisor. And that would, and we could maybe perhaps make it more explicit, pertain to really any adult working within the building, either volunteer or staff. The second part is then that reference to the specific policy, which is entitled alleged employee misconduct, and I believe pertains only to employees. But if Manager Sinclair is here, perhaps he could clarify whether or not alleged employee misconduct would play any role in a volunteer situation, or would we really just be terminating the volunteering role and engaging CAS as appropriate, or something to that effect?
Sure. Through you, Chair, that's really the approach that we generally take. We will end volunteer relationships and refer to Children's Aid. I will say, though, as a matter of practice, if allegations of misconduct or of concerning behavior do come up with respect to volunteers, and particularly volunteers that are frequently in a school, we do ask one of our investigators, who are both child protection investigators, to meet with the student or others and to get a better idea of what's happening before or as part of the report to Children's Aid or police, and parents, of course.
And to the second question, certainly the procedure will go into more detail around the notification of parents where appropriate for concerning behaviors, let alone allegations and investigations, are certainly part of our practice, and we will make that much more explicit in the procedure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving on to Trustee Paul, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering if the question pertaining to when parents would be informed was addressed in the last set of questions, first of all.
I tried to. Okay. So yes, and maybe so we did say that the procedure will go into more detail around when parents are informed by administration. But I did reassure the questioner that certainly that is part of our practice when concerning behaviors arise, and most definitely when allegations are brought forward that impact an individual student.
Great, thank you,
Yeah,
thank you. That's what I thought I heard, but that's great. So just wanted to say thank you for this policy, and in particular, I very much appreciated taking a look at the type of training that is in fact provided. So I did click on the link that is in the memo that is available from the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. The video is the Commit to Kids, an introduction to safeguarding children from sexual abuse. And there were a couple of new things that I learned. And I think one of the most important issues that stuck out in my mind was pertaining to changing the culture to put the onus not on the child to come forward, but to put the onus on the adults and the educators that are responsible ultimately for their well-being to come forward with these allegations. And AD Reynolds, I appreciate you saying that it is it can be challenging when you don't know how you can come forward with what may not be an official allegation, but a concerning behavior. And so I just want to relay my belief and support for a proactive stance. And in that light, I would like to propose an amendment to the directives, in particular 4B, which reflects what I have referenced and what I do reference as a culture of trust and responsibility, and changes the sentence to an active verb, which encourages not only appropriate behavior, but the understanding of how to appropriately report. And I have sent those revisions in advance, well, not very far in advance. Apologies, fellow trustees, that you haven't seen it before this meeting, but Nicole does have it. Could you bring it up on the board, Nicole, please? And so you'll see the changes that I'm proposing, and I'm happy to read it out, to building a culture of trust, responsibility, and open dialogue that encourages appropriate behavior and an understanding of how to appropriately report and raise concerns about questionable and inappropriate behavior. And that serves as my introduction as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask if this is friendly. If this is not friendly, please speak up or raise your hand. Trustee Blackburn?
I'm not saying one way or the other. I'd like a staff comment, please.
Certainly. Madam Director or someone?
I'll take the
ask
first.
Associate Director.
Thank you. I'll take the first go, but I certainly encourage others, especially the executive officer or Manager Sinclair. I wonder, I understand the trustee's intention, certainly, of making it active. And I like that, but I wonder if in adding the word encourage, we often use encourage for to describe a situation in which we can't compel, but we really hope. And I do feel that we should go beyond encouraging appropriate behavior and reporting. But perhaps I'm reading this far too literally. I don't know if Executive Officer Giroux or Manager Sinclair would share that concern or feel that encourage doesn't perhaps weaken the intent.
Sorry, I couldn't find my mute button or unmute button. I'm just reading it and trying to read it in the context of the STEM sentence. I think it's fine. I understand the concern the Associate Director has raised, but maybe if the committee proceeds with the amendment and if we have any concerns or suggested adjustments to the language, we can deal with that at board.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask again, if this is not friendly, please speak up or raise your hand. Trustee Blackburn?
Manager Sinclair have an opinion now, or is it, or we have to wait? Because typically he has an opinion pretty quick.
Yeah,
but.
Chair, I don't really have any real objection to this. I think the training that's provided or that has been provided through the Commit to Kids program does this. I would say that the primary focus of this policy, not exclusively, is about spotting concerning behavior so that it's reported, on the understanding that those individuals that might be inclined to engage in predatory behavior are not going to be swayed by training, but rather the idea is to train our staff to spot that behavior early so that we can intervene and interrupt it. That said, I don't see any risk or any downside to the language that's proposed.
So friendly? Any objections, anyone? No? Okay, so the amendment is friendly, Trustee Bell, and I think you still have some time.
Just to quickly just reiterate, and I don't think I said this in my introduction, is that when you look up a culture of trust and a culture of responsibility and what that entails, I do believe that it reflects what Manager Sinclair has brought forth. And I would be more than happy to strengthen the language at board to that of the verb to compel instead of encourage, if in fact that was the direction, and would send a stronger signal. So thank you very much. And again, I very much appreciate that this has been brought to our attention at this time.
Thank you, Trustee Bell, and on to Trustee Huff.
Thank you, Chair. My question pertains to section 2.7. I also have no voice tonight, so I'll try to speak as loudly as I can. Sexual abuse definition in 2.7 section C. I was wondering if the definition would be strengthened by, or whether there was an explicit reason why it was not included, the concept that these things could happen in person or through the internet or through technology means. And I think that we have to know that in this day and age that is often a source, at least a starting source of this type of inappropriate behavior. And I just wanted to know get a staff comment on whether they feel that it would be made stronger to include that sort of distinction in that subsection.
Thank you. I'll begin. And again, the executive officer or Manager Sinclair may have further comment. You know, you may note that it quite clearly does not tie it to a place or a manner. You're quite right, Trustee Huff, in that the intention is to recognize and deal with conduct that happens in person or virtually. It all fits under this definition. Whether there is a strength to explicitly pointing that out, if it doesn't impede the definition at all, that's something we can take note of, and if it makes sense, it will certainly incorporate it into what we bring back to board, or if we feel that there's a problem with that, we can give you greater justification at that time as to why. Off the top of my head, I don't see any problem to it, but I just want to kick it around to make sure I'm not missing something. But the intent is absolutely to deal with. There are no boundaries. There are no environments. If this happens, regardless of the means or the method or the mode.
I think it might have some strength to add, this is not limited to in-person behaviors, but we're watching this in all contexts. This is inappropriate. So I'm going to leave it to staff to think about whether or not that language would be helpful to distinguish that from the perspective of, if you have staff reading this on an annual basis, reviewing this information, it's like, oh yeah, there are no places. I need to be aware of my behavior when I'm texting people, which I shouldn't be doing, when I'm emailing people, just to make sure that it's very clear that those boundaries can't be crossed there either.
I don't disagree. I think we may just have to be thoughtful as to how we position it, because it would belong in a few elements here. Grooming, for example, can occur virtually or in person. Exploitation. So just whether or not we put a covering line somewhere. Yeah, exactly. So we'll just have to think about the best way to tackle that situation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Trustee Huff. And Trustee Lyra.
Speaking of grooming, where did you get the definition for grooming?
Good question. Just because it was 2 years ago. A lot of the definitions we began with from the Canadian Centre for Child Protection itself, and we used a lot of the resources in guiding this. In some cases, we did incorporate elements from other recognized sources in Ontario. I don't recall right off the top of my head. I don't know if others do. I certainly invite them to comment if they do. I would say most likely from the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, but if you don't mind, I'll ask a question in turn. Is there a concern that you spot with the definition or an omission?
So grooming has recently become the go-to word to attack LGBTQ teachers and community members in schools in the States, or in some states. And I think making sure that the definition that we have is ironclad and that it's not going to be used to disproportionately target LGBTQ staff and teachers by people who do not support LGBTQ individuals is something that I would like to make sure we keep an eye on. And so figuring out where we got the definition and making sure that it really is ironclad or bulletproof is of importance to me.
No, understood, and I appreciate you raising that concern. And I'll follow up with Manager Sinclair and others around that issue. I don't know if people seeking to use this to cause harm to others. I don't know if we can come up with something that is, to use your words, ironclad or bulletproof, but we will certainly do our best to. Maybe there's an opportunity to say what this does not include. For example, the teaching of curriculum pertaining to is not a, so we'll take that back and consider it. And thank you for flagging it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Trustee Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to express my support for the issues that have been raised by Trustee Huff and Trustee Lyra as far as the definitions are concerned. I do think it's important to make sure our language is clear, that there are more things involved here than one would necessarily think of right off the bat in terms of the use of social media, or in terms of I guess it's a little bit fuzzy in terms of the definition of grooming here, and I could well see it being used as some are misusing the word grooming in the States. So I think that I look forward to hearing from staff on that. The other question I had, however, is through you to staff, and that is after we finish our debate on this particular issue, we will be looking at the policy renewal process report, which includes a new template for policies. Which has some elements that I think would be really good to have in this policy. So assuming that we do approve the next item on our agenda, I wonder whether it would be possible to reformat this policy to include, for example, the commitment to human rights and so on in the that are in the proposed new template, which we haven't yet approved. And have that ready in time for boards, so that when we have approve our new policy on policies, we will also have the policy that is being approved on that same evening, I hope, in the new format.
I'd invite Executive Officer Giroux to comment on that.
We definitely can move to the new format. Whether we can do it in time for board, we can make every effort, and if not, for board as soon as possible thereafter. And I will connect that to one of the earlier questions, and that was the definition around grooming. In addition to going back and taking a look at the definition, just a reminder that the policy sets the framework, but there's a whole bunch of supporting information in terms of what goes into the procedure or into the documentation or into the training. And so it will be important for us to take those reflections on grooming and some of the other pieces that we've raised and make sure that those kinds of questions are the kinds of things we're highlighting and answering and fleshing out in those other pieces. So just a reminder, it's not only the policy, it's the whole suite of tools that we roll out. And definitely we can look to reformat this one to align with the new format.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have a first-time speaker, Ms. Lamba, go ahead.
Hi. So I do really like this policy. I think it's much needed. I just have a few comments just for consideration. And maybe it's just my lack of understanding. In 2.8 around sexual exploitation, it's a form of sexual abuse, that occurs when a child engages in sexual activity, usually through manipulation or coercion. And I noticed it was listed of like money, drugs, food, and shelter. Sometimes it's grades or other opportunities, right, that a teacher can give. I was just wondering, is that not a form of sexual exploitation, or is that under abuse? I see it was mentioned specifically these things, but there are things that could be used for, in school. I'm not sure if there was a reason not to include it. That's one question.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think other such rewards or compensations can be included in that definition. The definition was listed from a non-education specific source. I can't recall specifically which at the moment, but I think there are opportunities to make it more targeted, in addition to what's here to the school environment as well. So we'll take that back.
Okay, that's great, because I think there are things. At least what I've heard in the past is for opportunities in school, good grades or going to trips or things like that. Another, and just affection. Another question I had was, where did it go? was just with 3.5. I noticed you listed grounds, I'm going to notice that. I was wondering why sort of like religion and citizenship status wasn't there, because sometimes some of the most vulnerable are like newcomers, refugees, people, still waiting for their status. I just noticed there was some grounds covered and not all. Was it meant to be exhaustive? Like it doesn't say, including but not limited.
Not limited to. Yeah, sorry. I think that would be better language in there rather than necessarily listing every single protected ground. If that would make sense to you, I think that would make sense to us.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, good effort into this policy. It's just the little tweaks here and there that I'd noticed. And then I just have a little broader question for my understanding. I did see what you're trying to do, training both to students and teachers and others who might do that. Can you give me like how you think that this will be more of a preventative measure than what we already have? And let me just ask you, I'll tell you why. Historically, when things have been reported, right, they've been sort of shoved aside, right? They've not been looked into or investigated. So I was just trying to like understand how that will change that from your perception.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, there certainly have been stories shared with us historically of where things, concerns were brought forward and may have been pushed aside. I think we've made great gains over the last decades and continue to learn and improve on how we respond to allegations. The big difference is, and I think you were getting at it, maybe thinking of some of the stories that we've heard, we do presently have policy and procedure around addressing allegations. But by the time you have an allegation, you're reacting rather than necessarily preventing, or it doesn't necessarily lend itself well to early identification of concerning behaviors. And that's really what the intent of this policy is opening up the system to create a culture where you simply have a concern, you've seen something that doesn't feel right, or you ran into a staff member and a student, on the weekend doing something in public, and that's weird. I didn't know they had that kind of relationship. Bringing those things forward without necessarily feeling that you are making an allegation of something inappropriate, because it could be entirely appropriate, but it needs looking into, it needs scrutinizing, because if it isn't appropriate, then we need to address it before it perhaps leads to something else. So that's the difference. We're trying to disassociate raising concerns around employee or volunteer behavior that are perhaps of a very low level and perhaps are completely innocent, disassociate that from making a formal allegation of misconduct, because that has been a real barrier to people bringing forward concerns at an earlier phase, and perhaps by doing so preventing abuse or exploitation from occurring.
Okay, I know my time's up. Can I just do a follow-up, or should I get back in line?
Just a quick follow-up, okay?
It is. So what happens if you have these informal reporting, right, and they're not founded? But then there's like, let's say 5 or 6 other people that report on the same one, but they've been all sort of like proactive reporting. Will that be gathered? What happens to it if it's not founded? Will it just disappear?
So again, that is going to be fleshed out in much more detail in the procedure, how we operationalize the policy principles that we're proposing here, what would be recorded and gathered, and how that is stored. I think everything that is reported is followed up on, and based on the learning that we've had from the center and other sources, conversations with employees or volunteers that concerning behaviors have been noted. And that there's an expectation that they change if they can't be reasonably explained, can play a massive role in interrupting and preventing further grooming or normalizing behaviors. That is significant. So, even if there isn't necessarily some kind of a formal discipline or that it is determined that something inappropriate was happening at that phase, the conversation with the staff member to suggest that, seeing a movie with or whatever, running into a student on the weekend at a shopping mall, and engaging in a conversation, just the two of you, is not appropriate. And, you should not be engaging in that can have a significant disruption if in fact the employee was ill-intended. But the procedure will get at how we try to limit as much as possible the multiple reports that seem innocent of a lower level don't get lost and not seen as part of the whole. That is definitely going to be a challenge going forward, especially as employees are often with us for the duration of their career, 20, 25, 35 years. That's a broad span of time, but it's something we will attempt to address through the procedure. I'm sorry I don't have a fantastic answer for you, but I don't think anyone does based on our research, but it's something we'll have to work out for ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And going on to Lily Miller, go ahead.
Hi. I just want to build on my point was similar to Seema's in that it's important to, when there are just the concerning behavior, it's important to track that because predators are sneaky. And, you have a lot of employees that go school to school. And, while they might have a conversation with this principal in the East End, they could resume and would be compelled because of what they do to resume that in another school. So I really think that I know it's tricky because sometimes it's just innocent. Oh, I didn't know, right? But at the same time, you don't want to have the wool pulled over your eyes and have children at risk. So I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving on to Trustee Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I don't really have any questions, more a comment or some comments. As somebody who was a sexual abuse survivor myself at the hands of a teacher, I just want to caution people that typically abusers are the last people you think would be abusive. They are well-liked, well-respected, do all kinds of extra things. They are adored people in their community. And oftentimes, the people who are abused are quite enamored with these people, and they do not see what is happening to them as abuse. So I hear what people are saying. We're going to look for all these behaviors and such, but they're not really there. And again, I support the policy. We need to take steps to prevent it as much as we can, but we can't be naive. That's it.
Thank you very much, Trustee Blackburn. And seeing no further contributors, going back to Trustee Campbell for a wrap up.
None required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll call a question for this report 22-035 as amended. And if you could speak out as well as raise your hand. All those in favor?
Blackburn in favor.
Ellis in favor.
Campbell in favor.
Bell in favor.
Huff in favor.
Jennings in favor.
Scott in favor.
Any in favor?
Fisher in favor.
And opposed? And abstentions? And that passes. Thank you very much. So moving on to item 8.4, report 22-040, OCDSB policy renewal process. I'd like to call upon the executive officer, the director, to introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. We do have before us a policy renewal process to be presented for your consideration. And it's important to note with thanks the input of trustees in the discussions that have led up to this contemplation, and that those discussions have been very much informative of what is before you here. So with that, I'd also like to register thanks to Executive Officer Giroux and Manager Nicole Guthrie for the very thoughtful and comprehensive pulling together of those thoughts to try to channel an opportunity for you this evening. So with that, I'll turn it over to Executive Officer Giroux and Manager Guthrie. Executive Officer.
Thanks very much. And just a follow up on the director's acknowledgement, we've been very appreciative of the feedback and input we've had from trustees in the months that we've been working on this process. And I like to say we have a small but mighty policy review team that's working. So in addition to Manager Guthrie and I, our policy analyst, Angie Abdel Messiah, Susan Baker, and Principal Paula Hall have been working with us and really working through a lot of research and looking at standards of practice in this area and looking at our practices and where and how we might improve or build on them. We do have a short presentation just to guide our introduction to this. And so, Mike, if you're able to put the presentation on the screen, I'm going to invite Principal Hall to help with the delivery of the presentation and not Manager Guthrie, because Manager Guthrie wears so many hats during this meeting, it's hard to navigate them all. So if you can switch to the next slide, Mike. Just a reminder, this is just a visual breakdown of how we deal with information, because policies are, either at the top of our architecture or the foundation of our process in terms of setting some guidance for the system. And when we have a topic, take for example, the topic we just discussed, child sexual abuse prevention. We have to think about the policy, but we also have to think about the procedure. We have to think about the documentation. We have to think about the training. And it's very important that we break those pieces out, because when we don't do that effectively, we end up with a lot of information in each one of those places. And we say the same thing many ways and many times, and it becomes confusing to the audience. The documents become cumbersome, harder to use, harder to update, and harder to maintain. So that's, I think, what we wanted to start with as a foundation about policies are one part of our work. We also have procedures that support those policies. And then we've got a lot of tools and documentation in support of that. And then we do training. In the last few months, we've been looking at the number of policies and procedures we have. And if Principal Hall is with us, I think she is, she's going to talk a little bit about the challenge and some of the key areas of change we defined. Paula, are you with us?
I am.
Perfect.
Okay, good evening, everyone. It's so nice to see you all again since the retreat. So next slide, please. So taking a look at the challenge, most of this information will be familiar to trustees from the retreat, but also from the report you're looking at this evening. As we know, 83% of our policies are at least 5 years old and have not been reviewed in alignment with our policy review cycle, which is in fact a 5-year review cycle. The time spent on drafting, consultation, and discussion is growing at each step of this process, and the current pace is not sustainable and certainly not allowing us to address policies as they age at the interval that we hope to follow, which is the 5-year mark. Just a note, at the time of drafting the report, we had 134 policies and 184 procedures, which is, as you can see here, a significantly high number than the Toronto District School Board, Thames Valley, and our coterminous board, the Ottawa Catholic School Board. Next slide, please. In terms of areas for change, you're going to see 5 significant areas that we've identified in the report for you. And we believe that this is a great starting point for us to begin the important work in the review process. The first one you'll see is the format, and this includes now a policy rationale, an incorporation of a specific commitment to equity, Indigenous, and human rights in every policy we create going forward. We're differentiating between guiding principles and policy directives. We're creating a glossary for definitions, and we're creating a shift from the definitions at the beginning of a policy document to the end of the document, and increasing also hyperlinks within the policy document itself. So for our stakeholders, it's easier to be able to find and identify related policies or procedures. In terms of content, as you see, the quote, policy shall be focused statements of the board's intent, governing principles, or desired results. So we're hoping here to bring greater clarity, to be more concise, to focus on the purpose, the guiding principles, and the belief statements, and objectives, and also the protection of rights. For policy development and the review process, we're going forward, hopefully, to create a tiered policy review process that is relative to the nature of the changes that are required in each policy. We're hoping to engage the board at the conceptual stage of policy development, so earlier than the current process allows. And also, we're hoping to create, as discussed previously, a policy committee, and we'll talk a tiny bit more about that later in the slideshow. The fourth area we're looking at is consultation and establishing standards of practice for consultation based on a tiered policy approach. We're also going to ensure that our community has the opportunity to engage earlier in the policy process to provide feedback and to begin to standardize those mechanisms for feedback so it's more predictable for the people in our school community. Also, we're going to take a look at equity and human rights-based approach, and specifically to promote and protect Indigenous and human rights, to identify and address structural barriers and systemic barriers, and to incorporate clear statements on equity, Indigenous, and human rights into all of our policy documents, as Trustee Scott has already pointed out for the previous policy that was discussed this evening. Next slide, please. In terms of updating the policies and procedures, you see in the revised draft, P001 GOV, Policy Development and Management, incorporates a rationale instead of an objective. You'll see changes to format, a statement on equity, Indigenous, and human rights, the streamlining of language, and specifically, I'd like to draw your attention to this, the delegation of authority to the director to make housekeeping changes to policies. Specifically, what we're looking at here is minor revisions that are administrative rather than substantive in nature, and may include, but are not limited to, revisions which will correct inconsistencies, modernize language, establish consistency in reference to spelling, capitalization, punctuation, and definitions, to facilitate compliance and alignment with statutes, regulations, bylaws, directions, policies, legislative or similar requirements at law, and or insert, add, delete a reference to an index, a policy, or a document. And based on our feedback to date, revisions have been made to the updated policy, which is the Appendix A to this report. The revised policy incorporates the changes that I have mentioned, and the housekeeping changes are described as minor revisions. And again, are more administrative in nature and would reflect the language that we use in the report to define Tier 1 policy changes or minor policy changes. Should these changes or this section specifically be modified and approved, what we're planning to do is to ensure that trustees are made aware of any housekeeping revisions that happen, and this would be done by the way of memo to ensure that, again, trustees feel confident with the housekeeping changes and that we're aligning with the procedure, the new policy directive. Next slide, please. So in terms of policy definitions, we're looking to have clarity in the definitions of policy. Many policies contain a very lengthy list of definitions at the very beginning. And there is some inconsistency in the definitions that we use. To address this, staff are hoping to develop a glossary of definitions so that we can rely on the terminology we use between all policies as we go forward to revise and review policies and create new policies. And to ensure there's more consistency and our ability to reference these definitions with each subject matter aligns and makes sense. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, we're looking at a tiered policy approach to policy review and development. And this is important for a few reasons, but specifically, we want to be able to address, as we said, the housekeeping changes or Tier 1 changes as quickly as possible because we know we want to align with legislation and those really significant pieces that can be problematic if they are not updated in our documents for stakeholders and those working in schools with our students. The Tier 2 revisions that we would look to do are revisions that require more substantive work. It could be a new directive, it could be a new PPM or something coming from the ministry or the government, or it could be something where we think the change is substantial enough that we will need to have a robust consultation process, and that may be internal or external, depending on the nature of the revisions and where the impact lies. Tier 3 revisions are looking at major overhauls, and this process, including a very comprehensive consultation process, would look to, again, be more lengthy, be more comprehensive, and would typically be used when we're amalgamating multiple policies, like the policy on safe schools that has recently passed. Quite a few policies were amalgamated there. And again, reducing the overall number of policies for the board to manage. And we feel that this process is going to help to streamline our review process as we go forward and provide an opportunity for us to update our very important directives at a more regular interval. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, as mentioned and as discussed at the retreat, we were given some really great ideas about what could a policy working group look like. And I want to say at this point, as you see in the report, we've done some preliminary research and brought together some ideas of what these could possibly look like. But this would be the next piece of work following the approval of this policy draft this evening. And we would dive deep into looking at what a policy working group could look like, what a policy committee could look like, or what a committee of the whole policy meeting could look like going forward. I'd also like to point out one of the very important pieces to this is to invite an Algonquin elder or a traditional knowledge keeper to be a part of this conversation and to help to guide us and how to best include and honor Indigenous voice in the policy process going forward in a substantive way. Next slide, please. So in terms of communication and consultation, we're looking at a few very specific approaches. Again, publishing an annual list of policies that are reviewed. We also want to enhance our policy page on our website to be more accessible, clear for stakeholders and easier to use. We want to establish, standards of practice when doing policies. So again, it's much more predictable, and that people know how and when they're able to engage in policies, and that they know the timelines and can work within them, and ensuring that, again, all stakeholders can be a part of that process regularly. Also, we want to be able to, in a more focused way, tailor consultation activities where appropriate. It's not always the best use of our time to share our policies everywhere. For example, if it's an internal staff policy that is very specific to a specific department or way we function, it may not make sense to do a tier 3 policy consultation, but maybe it's more suited to a tier 2 and more focused to internal. But as we know, many policies do require communication with the community and sharing our drafts and our versioning for very valuable feedback during the process. So our consultation process would ensure that could happen. So I will hand it back to Executive Officer Giroux for wrap up.
Thanks very much, Paula. And so you can see lots of thinking and lots of work still to do. And what we thought was we reached the stage where we could bring to you some recommendations for change to our policy on policies, and that will reaffirm the work that we've been doing and the course that we're on. And we will come back to you early in fall with a little bit more clarity on some of these other pieces, including in particular what a policy committee might look like. And our goal there is to really make sure in all of this is to make sure, one, that we have very strong policies, but also to make sure that this committee and trustees are engaging in more conversation about the policies themselves and engaged earlier in the review and development process, and less conversation about how and when do we share it. If we have some established standards of practice for that, we can probably navigate that process a little bit more easily. So I'll pause there. You'll see there are 2 recommendations: one, that the revisions to the policy be approved, and 2, that we come back with a report to you on a policy committee structure with some research on models and possible terms of reference in the fall. Thanks so much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Executive Officer. And we do have some trustees with some questions. Turning it over to Trustee Campbell.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the motion. And by way of introduction, thank staff. The conveying report and the revised 001 Gov draft really do show that a lot of staff thinking has gone into this. I especially appreciated the conveying report and its forecast of the kinds of thinking that might come forward in the ensuing months. I do have some possible changes. I have talked to staff, had a chance to talk to staff a bit ahead of time. And I'm not entirely sure whether I should be making amendments, Mr. Chair, or in a formal way, or simply making suggestions to staff that they would take under advisement. I guess I'll list what I'd like to see changed and maybe go by your guidance, or does that make sense? Or
Certainly, Trustee Campbell, one by one, and then we can, if you want to engage with the authors of the policy and then make a decision whether you want to actually move an amendment. So,
okay, great, thank you. So I guess the first thing I'd like to see is that the 2.1F be beefed up just a little bit to reflect some of the wording in the second bullet from the 1.0 rationale. which includes monitoring and evaluation of the effectiveness of policies. And wording along these lines was more present in the previous version of 001 Gov and does come from the Act. So I think that some additional primacy needs to be put into the to the policy itself as opposed to just the rationale for the policy. So I don't know if there's a staff comment.
Sorry, I was having trouble with my mouse. We did have a chance to speak with the trustee earlier today, and I think that we can easily incorporate some of that language we have in the second bullet of the rationale into 2.4F and bring that back to board in the version we have there.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, in the policy draft we have in front of us, there is a reference to use of a tiered model. Indeed, the presentation we just had referred instead to a tiered approach. And I guess what I'm wondering whether we shouldn't replace the word model with approach in the corresponding clause, but as well, the current tiered approach that's been described, to me, may be a little bit incomplete. With respect to how we look at workload and propose policies for review in a given year. That existing model / approach refers to effectively the amount of surgery which is anticipated for a policy, and it basically goes to workload. But surely I have to think an equal or greater consideration must be not whether something can be done quickly as sort of a checkbox, hey, we did another policy, but whether a policy revision is important to the district where it's not legislatively required. And I would hope that there would be triage with respect to what are or are not currently pressing district needs with respect to revised policy. So I was just wondering if I could get a staff comment on that.
I agree with that. We definitely like the tiered approach, and I agree that it's more of an approach at this stage than it is a model. We wanted to have this conversation about housekeeping changes and that sort of tier one tonight, but also want to clarify that we are talking about a tiered approach to the policy, and Trustee Campbell has talked about, you know, what are the organizational needs that help drive that? What's the volume of work? What's the amount of legislative change? And then also, once we know those things, that sort of determines what we may or may not need to do in terms of the breadth of consultation. And when we talk about the approach, it's important that we understand that it's the primary focus is on the policy, not on the consultation. A tiered approach to consultation could be dealt with in the consultation policy. So there's just that subtle difference. So we can go back and address that.
Okay, so it would be potentially replacing the word model with approach in any event of the text, and there's some background thinking of that clearly, which is, I think, useful. Finally, and that's getting a little bit in terms of almost finally in terms of changes, then I have some additional observations. I believe that the last should in 3.8 should be a shall. So I think the other shoulds are probably okay. And I just wondered if there's a staff.
We did have an opportunity to review that today. And again, that changes something we can address and bring back in the version to board.
Great, thanks. I also suggest potentially adding a couple more or at least one policy reference, the P012 Gov, which is the board governance policy, as a reference doc. And potentially in the future, we could jointly review these policies together, because I do believe we'll probably have to revisit this policy perhaps in the fall or some point thereafter, once we've had our fall discussions and we've had that fall discussion and report. The last item, Mr. Chair, I believe probably should be an amendment, because I don't know, maybe it's controversial. I'd like to think not, but maybe it would be. And that is...
Is it quick, Trustee Campbell?
Oh, am I running out? Oh, yes, I am. It's the 5 years thing. I'd like to replace that wording. But if it's best that I go up on second time speaker, that's fine.
Okay, why don't we do that, Trustee Campbell? So we can get
Yeah.
to Trustee Lyra. Go ahead.
We do have this on the floor, right? Because I am going to propose some amendments. Seeing some nodding. Okay. So in 3.3, I would like to strike the clause, but are not limited to.
All right, can we get that on the screen just to show everyone where that is?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's going to take me a moment to bring that up on the screen.
No problem. And just for everyone's reference, it's under 3.3 and the reference is to, I think, A to F items.
Yeah. So I'll do introduction while Manager Guthrie puts it on the screen.
Okay.
So this clause empowers the Director of Education to make minor changes according to a list of set items and has an plus anything else that the director feels is a minor item clause. I trust our director, but I would still like to limit the changes that are being made without board being told beforehand to a specific subset of things. And so I think this would be better if we just enumerate the cases, such as harmonizing definitions or correcting inconsistencies, where we empower the director to make changes and not leave an open-ended plus other things that the director feels are minor changes. And so that is my motivation to change this to be a set list of items and not a set list of items plus anything else.
Okay, thank you very much. And I take it that this is not friendly. If it's not friendly, please speak up.
No, it's not.
Okay, not friendly. So I do have Suzanne Lyon and Seema Lamba on the list for the main motion. And I'm sorry, I may have cut you off, Trustee Lyra, on your introduction, did I?
No, it's all right.
No problem. Then we have, speaking to the amendment, Trustee Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I find it odd that somebody would say, I trust the director, but I don't want her, I want everything, I want this limited. A director of education, anybody who reaches that level understands what they need to bring. And this just doesn't apply to this director. This director, I would like her to be here for a long time, but she's not going to be here forever. Anybody who reaches this level knows what needs to come before a board and what doesn't need to come before a board. And if that director or any director, I'm not speaking about this director, I'm just speaking in generalities. If a director abused that, then obviously that person would be held accountable. The whole purpose of this is to speed up the process. We are, I mean, look at us. Look at the numbers. We have more policies than the Toronto District School Board. And we're they're almost triple the size of us. I mean, and we take multiple meetings often to pass one policy, and you want to limit what she can decide. I mean, we have to get on with the business of the board. So I am not going to support this amendment. I trust my director, and my trust is unconditional.
Thank you very much. And going to Trustee Campbell.
Thank you very much. Whoops, my screen just changed. So, oh, there we go. So, yeah, I was just sort of wondering, my attention was attracted to that clause as well. And it's not, put it this way, it may be friendly, the amendment may be friendly to me, but I would like to perhaps better determine that. And could I have a staff comment perhaps with respect to the kinds of considerations that they imagine that maybe lie behind the inclusion of that sort of that clause. That would be helpful.
Certainly. The list is intended to provide the general framework for any revisions. The not limited to language is there because we don't know what we don't know, right? And so it allows for situations where it might be appropriate. And I think the boundary is, when is it appropriate? And the guiding principle here is that we are not making substantive changes, but rather making changes that maintain and respect the intent of the direction that's set by the board. And I think the other piece is ensuring there are mechanisms in place so that the board is aware that minor revisions particularly have been made. So with that in mind, there will be a reporting mechanism to the board that the following minor changes were made. There also is an opportunity for us to think about, how we might do this proactively. For example, we sometimes bring to your attention under new ministry directives that there's a B memo or a PPM or a new piece of legislation. And we might at that time say, this is going to require us to revisit this definition or this particular clause, or an example is, in a recent meeting, we had a conversation about the number of days for something. And sometimes the number of days, particularly in appeal hearings, can be tied to legislation. So, that might be minor if it's legislative compliance. But that was our thinking, and hopefully that helps to clarify how we would put that into practice.
Great, thank you. I guess part of my thinking is that I think it's probably inevitable we're going to have to revisit this policy. I understand staff want to get through the minor revisions clauses especially, but that we'll almost certainly have to revisit this policy in the fall or anyway next year as a result of discussions we may have, and we can have another kick at the can then. So I guess I'll listen to the debate. One of the questions I asked myself, it is in the conveying report, and the staff have just spoken to it now. A B memorandum or regulatory directive may not be insubstantial. They could be very substantial or very substantive. And it's possible, right, that the board may wish to mitigate or address some of the ministry direction. It's possible as well, we just talked about grooming definition, that the board may want to weigh in on certain final definitions. I think I'm comfortable with this and with the public, effectively the publication of this, and maybe we'll see how it goes, but I'll listen to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have Suzanne Lyon. Is that, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. I wanted to start by saying that as a retired policy manager in the federal government, I'd like to extend my appreciation to board staff who came up with this presentation and plan. I think that again, drawing on my background, 134 policies for a board this size is unmanageable. And I don't know how many staff are employed by the OCDSB as part of the policy unit. That would be interesting to know, but it's probably not enough to manage 134 policies. So I would like to support on behalf of PIC, the Parent Involvement Committee, any process that would streamline and simplify both the policy framework for the OCDSB and the ability to make changes in a nimble and timely way. I like the sort of tier 1, 2, 3 approach suggestion, but those are details. I think in general, prioritizing things is necessary, and to support what Trustee Blackburn mentioned, I do think that the education director should probably have some measure of discretion over, what is tier 1, 2, and 3, but also subject to, some kind of oversight by the board, obviously, who represent parents as the trustees responsible for overseeing their children's education. So that is what I would like to say, that I think from the Parent Involvement Committee perspective, any move that the board could make to ensure that the policy framework is more streamlined, more accessible to parents, to the point about reviewing and updating the website. As a parent, I've found it very difficult in the past to find policies, and I'm a policy analyst by training and by trade. And the policies aren't always accompanied by much context or explanation. So perhaps when that website aspect is being looked at, there could be consideration given to a plain language one-pager that could accompany each of the policies in a section entitled Resources for Families or something like that. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And did I see Trustee Scott's hand up?
You did, and I took it down, but I would actually like to speak to this. I'm inclined to agree with Trustee Lyra that the words "but are not limited to" could be deleted from this. However, if that is the case, then what I would prefer to see would be the insertion of a new part G in this, which would say, and other revisions of similar nature. Because I do think that we can't guarantee that everything that should be within the director's discretion is covered by the 6 items that are listed here. But I also think that we want to make sure that any additional items would not go beyond the general scope of these kinds of things. So I'll just leave it at that and see what happens with the proposed amendment.
All right, Trustee Scott, so I'm taking it you're not going to put in a sub-amendment, so we'll go to Trustee Bell.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. My question would be, if an instance happened that the decision turned out to be, from the perspective of a trustee or trustees, to be more substantive in nature and worthy of a conversation or a review by trustees, what would be the subsequent process to address that? Thank you.
So one of the things that we commit to is ensuring that there is communication about any changes that are minor in nature. And the goal here is not to make changes which substantively impact the intent of the policy. So if a change were made and that was reported to the board and the board felt that the change went beyond minor and was more substantive, then certainly there could either be 2 ways of dealing with it. Request back to the director to review the matter, or alternately, it could come more formally before the board for discussion. The other piece I would keep in mind is, and one of the trustees touched on this in their comments, we're at a first step in this in terms of identifying changes. Once we come back to you with more information about a policy committee and what that might look like, we may have some additional process items that we want to clarify. And so there will be some additional opportunity for us to talk through some of these pieces a little bit more.
That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do have trustee Huff on my list, speaking to trustee Lyra's amendment, and I also have Seema Lamba and Suzanne Lyon on the main motion. But right now I'd like to, if I could, just call for a quick break. It's 9:09. And so if we could meet back here at 9:15, really appreciate that. So let's just have a quick break. All right, do we have quorum? If trustees could turn their screens on so I could just make sure we got quorum. All right, that's good. Thank you very much. So we are talking about the trustee Lyra's amendment, and we're trustee Bell. I think you still have some time on your clock, and that's followed by trustee Huff. So go ahead, trustee Bell. Trustee Bell, are you back?
Chair Penny, did you just ask me a question?
I just said, are you finished, trustee Bell, or I think you still had some time on your clock? But...
Yes, I'm back and I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And we did have trustee Huff as well.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I actually support this amendment, and it's from the perspective not of trusting or not trusting the Director of Education, but from the sort of more substantial notion that this is a very solid list of things that I believe are minor revisions. And if we can't think of what those other elements are that might come along, they probably aren't minor revisions. They're probably something new of a different nature than we've encountered before, and they probably should come in some way to be reviewed by the board. The other thing I'm going to add, and it's probably out of turn here, is that when Executive Director Giroux mentioned that the board is committed to making sure that we are apprised of these minor edits that are changed, our minor revisions, I think that it is important to think about what that process might entail, because I can foresee a situation where the reporting of these minor changes, minor revisions, becomes a make work project. And in doing that, we really eliminate all of the efficiencies that we're trying to build into the system. So whether it becomes that there is a living document that we can see edits made in a Google Doc or something that we can review during a review period, we can see them. What I would hate to see is a process where each of these becomes some sort of report that documents them all. That would just be a horror to me. So I think that I'm really comfortable with the idea of limiting it to a set of types of edits that we are carte blanche saying have at her. So I support this amendment this evening.
Thank you very much. And also we have Tom Holloway.
Yes, hi. So I guess, looking at the limitations to this, but we keep kind of talking about minor revisions. Again, we've got it's a plural word, revisions, but we keep talking about it in non-substantive terms. But it also seems to me that minor could also mean something that's non-substantial. There could be a collective amount of non-substantive changes that amount to something substantial, in the policy itself. And so, you might want some clarification to that point as well, because, at some point, a small change in a collective sense becomes a big change. And so it just might be considered as well when you're talking about the types of things you're limiting to or expanding to. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. And seeing no further speakers on the amendment, going back to Trustee Lyra for a wrap up on her amendment.
Yeah, I want to echo what Trustee Huff said. This is a pretty comprehensive list of 6 things that we can all, I assume, agree are minor revisions. And if we can't think of anything else that needs to be on the list right now, we can always add things to this list later if we come across something that is going to need to regularly be considered a minor revision. But I view the role of trustees as public oversight of making sure that we are paying attention to the changes. And if a change happens and the board doesn't think it's a minor revision, that change is already in effect because the policy has just been changed. And so we would be having to then go back and change what is already being done in schools, because once the policy is changed, it's changed. And so I'd really like to make sure that we do very much narrow the ability to change policy without board oversight, because I consider board oversight of the education sector a huge part of our job, and I don't want to just remove part of that responsibility or abdicate part of that responsibility. So I'm going to encourage all of my colleagues to support this motion, and let's vote.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to call the question on the amendment that's on your screen. All those in favor? And please speak out.
Huff in favor.
Ellis in favor.
Lyra in favor.
Scott in favor.
Jennings in favor.
Fisher in favor.
Bell in favor.
Any in favor? And all opposed? And abstention?
Campbell abstains.
And the amendment passes. And so we're back to trustee Lyra, who still has some time on her clock.
Yeah, I've got one more brief amendment, and then I'm going to talk for a bit. I'd like to change 5 years to 4 years under 3.6, because that is the term of the board, and I feel like the board should check every policy at least once in its mandate.
And is that your introduction, trustee Lyra?
Yes.
And if this is not friendly, please speak up or raise your hand. Okay, and I see that it's not friendly. And so let's start a speakers list on this amendment. Trustee Boothby.
Thank you, Chair. We just saw a list that showed how many policies we have. It's over 300. Even if we cut those policies, we're not going to cut them in half. And the board has a lot more work to do than just look at policies. So it's not realistic. I wish we could even do it every 5 years, but even that's not realistic. So I think 5 years is a reasonable aspiration. At least to get around to the substantial policies, but it's not doable to do it in 4 years, and to make that be the number one thing on trustees' lists when they come in, I think really devalues what trustees are actually trying to do. So I can't support this.
Thank you very much. And trustee Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar perhaps to trustee Boothby, I think that 5 years is wildly unrealistic and 4 years is more wildly unrealistic. So, I mean, I don't know what to do. In a sense, I needed the opportunity to state this. I don't know what to do with respect to this amendment, because I don't believe we should be setting a number of years or numbers of days in policy. I think we need to call for regular review. And so I guess I'll ask you, Mr. Chair, would it be in order to sub-amend to remove number of years, or would that have to be a separate attempted amendment?
That's in my view, and maybe executive officer could confirm it, that negates the amendment. Therefore, it is, I believe it is not in order.
Thank you very much. So I don't know what I'm going to do in terms of voting. May abstain again because I just don't believe in a number of years. We heard about an 11-year backlog if we pass a policy every board meeting, right? Like it's just not realistic, and I like making realistic policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving to Trustee Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this either, and I do actually agree with what Trustee Campbell said. I mean, I've been sitting on this board now for 11 plus years, and I can tell you, for instance, we actually have a flag policy. And the reason why I know we have a flag policy is because years back, there was a very tragic incident in Barrhaven at the train, and graduates of John McCrae sadly perished. And the community asked me to lower the flag at John McCrae. And I called the associate director at the time, and he said, I can't lower the flag because it doesn't follow the policy. Luckily, at that time, we had a director, and maybe I shouldn't say this, but we had a director who had common sense, and she said, and I was persistent, and they lowered the flag. Again, we had a director who exercised common sense. We didn't need to lower the flags in the entire district. I wasn't asking for that. I was asking for the flags out of respect to my community, the John McCrae community, to be lowered. When are we going to review the flag policy? It's been 11 years. So, you know, we're not going to be reviewing all these policies. I'm probably going to serve 4 more terms before we examine this flag policy. And if I need it lowered again, I'll just rely on the common sense of whoever I'm asking. And if I have to go back to the director, that's what I'm going to do. So I agree with Trustee Campbell. I don't really want a number. I prefer something more vague, but it's not a hill I'm going to die on.
Thank you very much, Trustee Blackburn. And going on to Trustee Scott.
Thank you. Reviewing every 5 years is an aspirational goal. I agree with several of the previous speakers about the degree of unrealism in shortening that. I would also note that when there is a need specifically to review a policy, for example, if there is a major change in thinking or a major change in direction, we don't have to wait 5 years to review a policy. So there will always be those opportunities to review things without need. And frankly, in my experience, I think that there are a few trustees over the time that I have served who have actually sat down and read through all of the board's policies. And if we don't have time even to know what policies we have, I would seriously doubt that we would be prepared to review them every 3 years.
Thank you very much, Trustee Scott. And seeing Trustee Blackburn, is that a residual hand? Thank you very much. Going back to Trustee Lyra for wrap up on her amendment.
I don't know where 3 years came from. I was proposing 4 years to match the election cycle. I presume I know how this is going to go. Let's vote.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to call a question. All those in favor of the amendment?
Trustee Lyra.
And opposed?
Also opposed.
Off opposed.
Jennings opposed.
Fisher opposed.
Blackburn opposed.
Scott opposed.
Any opposed? And abstaining?
Campbell abstains.
Bell abstains.
And the motion fails. So Trustee Lyra, you still have some time?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the second clause. It looked like it was clause A again. So in the report, it talks about the 3 choices: a policy working group, a policy committee, and a committee of the whole policy. I've given a lot of thought to the model that I would like to see considered or for the staff recommendation coming back in the fall. I would like to see a policy committee with every member of the board appointed with a very low quorum. And therefore, if a policy is not of interest to the member of the board to any given member of the board, there's no requirement that they attend that so long as the quorum is met. And if you set the quorum at like 2, I think you can probably get 2 trustees of the board who would show up for debate on any policy, but it would allow every trustee to show up on policies of interest to that trustee. I'm going to jump back on the list because I feel like I've monopolized a great deal of time, but I will say more come again.
No problem, Trustee Lara. And I do have 2 people on the main motion, and that is Suzanne Lyon and Seema Lamba. So we'll go to Suzanne Lyon.
I had nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If my hand is up, I'll take it down.
No, that's it's my error. No problem. Going to Seema Lamba.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to see that there's a discussion about policy process, but I have one to begin. I just want to ask a question. So we got a detailed report and a presentation, and then we have this policy, and there's more information in the report than in the policy. What happens to the report? Does the report get attached as a form of interpretation of this policy then? Or is it just lost and it just is a standalone policy?
So in terms of maintenance, the report with the attached policy gets retained as part of the retention for agendas, and the discussion gets recorded in the minutes. The policy gets posted with the policies on the website. The report doesn't get attached to it in that way. I anticipate that if the recommendation is carried, there will be further discussion on this topic in the fall. And potentially as we move through, there may be additional changes to the policy as we work to better understand some of the next components.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have just a couple of things. So this has been an ongoing issue for ACE. There's a number of policies that have come forward, and ACE either gets consulted or they don't get consulted because of the scheduling of ACE, right? And there's, I think, a shared feeling at ACE that, you know, if ACE members want to bring meaningful contribution, you know, being volunteers on this committee, that they should get an opportunity to give input into policies that they think are relevant. I'm just going to give you an example, and I didn't bring it up. The last policy we just did on child protection, sexual abuse, I noticed it didn't go to ACE. It didn't go to the Indigenous Advisory Committee either, or maybe I was mistaken and I wasn't at a meeting. But I think it's important, at least in the policy, to mention beyond just statements to equity, but also that there'll be consultations with the board's equity committees. I think that's very important. I've seen many policies with statements to equity and commitments to equity, and they're really not meaningful, right? So they should really be something in the policy beyond a statement, right? To say the consultations with ACE, or I know committee names can change, right? So the board's equity committees or something like that. And also one of ACE's concerns have been policies versus procedures. So policies get debated for sure here at COW, where we're allowed to be. And, you know, as a representative ACE, I can bring it here, but procedures are not. And often, sometimes ACE is quite concerned with the procedures that will be attached to a policy really relevant to the equity community, the equity groups. So I think that's of concern too. that we focus on the policies, but then we don't actually get to review and look at policies. So those are some of my comments. I don't know if you have comments back around those thoughts.
Any comments, Executive Officer?
Sorry, I'm continuing to have trouble with my mouse tonight. Great points, thank you. So we do, and we will be continuing to take a look at this area. One of the things we would, we're thinking about as we, sort of rethink how and where we post policies for consultation. And we talked about, changing the web structure, et cetera, and having a list for the year. Some of those changes are intended to facilitate a sort of broader understanding of what is on the work plan, and committees that are interested can actually then think about scheduling it. We know that there are some policies of interest to some committees. We also know that some policies won't be of interest to particular committees, or the committees don't want their agenda to be exclusively policy driven. So always trying to find that balance. And I'm not suggesting that we found it yet, but looking at the host of strategies that might get us there. Ideally, as we move forward with this, and we are streamlining the process, when we do consultation, the consultation is more to the subject, and it invites people to provide input and thinking into the subject. And that consultation would inform the development of both the policy and the procedure. That's another strategy that might help to make it more manageable. So I'm sure as we move through in this process, we'll have more thoughts there, but welcome those ideas, and we'll continue to reflect on them and see how we can incorporate them.
Thank you. I think I ran out of time, right? So thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have second time speakers, Trustee Lyra.
So I did want to talk about the policy review decision. So we've picked 5 years, and I would like to see us commit when we decide on our policy committee style. I'd like to see us commit to the 5 years moving forwards and say, we're going to review these 6 policies in June. We're going to review these 6 policies in September. We're going to review these 6 policies in October, and just set out a 5-year plan for that committee in advance. That would give our equity seeking committees and the other board committees a chance to say what's on the horizon, what's coming up, and choose which ones they want to integrate into their agenda. It would ensure that we meet our 5-year policy-based requirement to review all of our policies in a timely manner. And so there's no motion or amendment, but it is the thing I think would allow us to gain control of a proactive review of all of our policies, because we know it's going to be coming up in the next 5 years, and we can point to it on the schedule and say, here is when we're going to review that policy. Figuring out how to break down the policies we have is something I would trust staff to say, the flag policy is probably going to take a couple of minutes of debate or half an hour of debate versus something like the Safe Schools policy, which took us months. And you might be able to pair those policies in such a way as to be able to get through a lot of the simple review. And so that's the kind of policy review I'd like to see put forward in the fall when we're deciding what our long-term policy review plan is going to be. I'd like to see us plan ahead 4 or 5 years so that we know exactly when we're going to be debating the things coming up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Lyra. And moving on to Trustee Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. With all due respect to Trustee Evans, that sounded very good, but we all know that oftentimes reviewing or discussing a policy is thrust upon us by the Ministry of Education, and we can't predict that situation, and it's not a situation that happens, in a blue moon. It happens often. I think people who are newer to this process, need to understand, I think, in my opinion, that we've been in a pandemic for 2 years. And because we've been in a pandemic for 2 years, we've had to alter our meeting schedule, and we've gone to one committee of the whole meeting per month, whereas before we used to do 2. In addition, almost every committee can argue that almost every policy has to do with equity and inclusion, and it's kind of what Paula Hall was saying. We're going to look at it from that lens. I think at the end of the day, members of these committees, if they're not, and our agendas are posted every Friday at whatever, 4 or 5 o'clock, and the meeting's not till 4 days later, and generally we know, because the consultations have gone on, sometimes if it's not, the policy doesn't get to the committee, well, maybe you take some responsibility and you send an email to all the trustees, and we all read our emails. We can never create a situation where everything's going to be perfect, because if we try and create that utopia where we keep everybody happy, having this debate is completely a waste of time, because we're not going to shorten, we're not going to get more done, because it's still going to take forever to do what we do. And we already take way too much time. And I really am not hopeful that this is going to change, because based on this conversation.
Thank you very much, Trustee Blackburn and Trustee Campbell.
Thank you very much. I just like to, we'll see how it fares. I would like to move to amend 3.6. And I think here, I think I probably do have to formally move something because it is likely not friendly. But instead of policies, it's the first sentence. So policies should be considered for review at least once every 5 years. I would like to substitute the language, policies must be regularly considered for review.
Not friendly.
All right.
Bill Surprise.
I think that question's been answered. So go ahead with an introduction, Trustee Campbell.
Thank you very much. It's perhaps my hobgoblin, I don't know, but unless there's some amazing reason, I think that enumeration of specific numbers of days or specific numbers of years in policies is not a good practice. And I like to be consistent that way. I know others like to be consistent in their own way. But I think that it's unrealistic to ask that we review even every 5 years or consider for review every 5 years if something is of no consequence. There's other work before the board, et cetera, et cetera. It goes to my prior comments really around not just looking at workload, but looking at district needs and prioritization processes, which we'll hear more about, I'm sure, in the fall when we look at processes and governance structure changes. But the I think that what is realistic and what is actually the case, right, is that we need to, and or should be the case, is we do need to actively consider, okay, what are the district business needs? What's our gap? What do we need to fill? What do we need to address? And work on that basis. And so I think that possibly a policy structure of some kind, group, I don't know, whatever, where we'll end up, could consider policy prioritization as well, possibly in dialogue with staff. But in any event, I think that the 5 years thing is just it's a dart at a board. It's just a number, and I don't think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have a speakers list on this, and I believe Trustee Lauer, did you have your hand up to speak with the amendment?
I do. I'm going to assume that I can go then.
Go ahead.
So I think it's important to put numbers in policies for public accountability. When we as a board fail to meet our policy obligations that we set for ourselves, I think it reflects badly on us. And I think it shows that we are not giving policy the care that we want to when we set goals like once every 5 years. If, based on the business needs of the board, we do not think we can meet once every 5 years, maybe it has to be every 8 years. Maybe it has to be every 10 years. I still think there needs to be a hard number where we are going to say, this is a goal and we will make effort to meet it, or we will do what it takes to meet this goal, as opposed to just saying, well, we'll review it regularly and once a century sounds fine to me. And as long as we review it once a century, that's regular. That to me is not meaningful review of policy. And so I would like to see a number stick in there, and we can debate which number it needs to be based on the needs of the board and the speed at which we review policies. But there should definitely be a number and not just have it say regularly reviewed.
Thank you very much. And going to Seema Lamba.
I'm not speaking to this motion, this change.
Okay, going to Lily Miller.
Yeah, I'm not speaking to this. I was going to respond to another thing.
No problem. Trustee Alice.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with dates or days in policy where it makes sense and appropriate. I won't be supporting this. One of well, let me say, policies should be considered for review at least once every 5 years. That doesn't mean that all the policies are coming to the board. So I guess, you know, when we talk earlier, it talks, you know, there's coming back with a committee structure that will look at it. One could assume of the original 3.6 that it would be some committee or staff or some other person that would look at the policy and decide, okay, this one's okay for now, and this one should come forward. So it's not that the board, in my opinion, or my understanding of 3.6 is that there will be, well, annually, you know, staff or some other one will be making that determinant of which policies need a fulsome review and which ones have been considered for a review and move on. So I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And going to Trustee Scott.
Thank you. I too cannot support this amendment. When I look at some of our policies, for example, I look at our policy on signing authority and spending controls, which was last revised in May of 2012. That's more than 5 years. Does it need changing at the moment? Maybe not, but I think it's still worthwhile looking at it and saying, does this policy need changing at least once every 5 years? So I do not see any reason to make it indefinite as the proposed amendment would.
Thank you very much. And seeing no further speakers to the amendment, going back to the mover of the amendment, Trustee Campbell, for wrap up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think there may be certain assumptions at play here. Regular review could mean that we consider all the policies every year, or every 2 years, or half of them every year or 2 years, or what have you. If they're basically, I mean, it's very quick to do an environmental scan and run through the list of policies. Geez, I could do it in an afternoon and suggest, yeah, this is old, maybe this should change, etc. People could put forward candidates for change. These things can be discussed. So in fact, the very idea that we might not only even look at considering a policy once every 5 years, I think is problematic. So I don't think we should make assumptions here. I think we are going to have some kind of a better structure, presumably, in the fall. We're going to have lots of discussion, I'm certain, about process and structure. And these questions can be brought up then. I don't think we need some kind of random hard and fast number inserted because we don't trust ourselves. I think we need to trust that we will address these questions with the structures and the processes that we discuss and put in place in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to call a question on the amendment as shown on your screen. All those in favor, and please speak out.
Campbell in favor.
Huff in favor.
Fisher in favor.
And opposed.
Boothby opposed.
All
Jennings-
opposed.
Jennings opposed.
Ellis opposed.
Blackburn opposed.
Scott opposed.
And abstentions. And the motion fails.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have some last concluding comments then with respect to this. That's the finishes me for amendments or amendment attempts. I do think that we're going to have to look at consultation in the fall. Again, I don't think we should presume too much at this juncture. I think we should pass the motion in front of us. This can maybe some of this could be for closing comments, Mr. Chair. But the I do think we're going to have to look at how we consult. I know that the TDSB has a process by, and I think it was mentioned in the report, there's a GBA plus lens applied or what have you. And maybe that's an opportunity for equity committee reps and others to weigh in if there's a multi-process stage, somewhat, as I understand, like the TDSB may have. So I think, but again, I think we need to look at structure and processes in the fall and have that debate then, possibly changing or looking at our consultation policy. People may or may not be aware we have one. And I look forward to that. Further, with respect to this particular policy, I'm not going to quibble about some things. There's some language issues. Refers to public open meetings. And I don't know what's the difference between a closed public meeting and an open public meeting. Anyway, there are some language difficulties in the current policy, which I think should be ironed out as well. I'm not going to hang, I'm not going to die on them. But I do think that with our discussions in the fall, we probably should be revisiting this. I think it'll probably be inevitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have 2 additional speakers, and then we're going to have to go back to you, Trustee Campbell. But we're going to go to Seema Lamba.
I don't think Lily has spoken yet. She can go ahead of me.
Go ahead, Lily.
Oops. I was just, I was upset about what Trustee Blackburn just said about responding to Seema's request that policies that our respective councils have the opportunity to discuss policies. And she said that she should take some responsibility. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We are 4 days to have an email conversation about a policy is not how we discuss policies. We sit together either in a virtual circle or in an in-person circle, and we discuss policies, which is why I think it's important that the policies do, that we get a heads up a month in advance as to what policies are coming forward. And I just want to say that that is how, perhaps the board can take some responsibility in that respect. And she also mentioned how, there's a lot of policies that need an equity voice to them. And yes, that I want to just say, yes, that is true. There are a lot of policies that need an equity lens applied to them. The board is attempting to address systemic racism and the settler colonialism that's embedded inside of the organization, and we are trying to help. And that's why that's important that these come to our committees to offer input. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Lily. And going on to Seema.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to build a little bit on Lily. I think it's a good opportunity to clarify what ACE reps and Lily, like what we do, and Lily is for the Indigenous Education Committee. We actually do try to consult on policies in advance, but it's not enough time. We find out just before the meeting, when the agenda goes out, the agenda changes throughout that time. It's not actually appropriate to do an equity lens a week before sending out an email. I want to point that out, that we do actually take responsibility and do that. And when we have asked to have a special ACE meeting with an upcoming policy, we have been told no. You have limited number of meetings with ACE per year, and that's it. So it is actually very difficult to have meaningful consultations with ACE because of the number of meetings. We've asked for more. We've asked for special meetings if something of importance is coming up at COW. And as a COW representative, I do want to be that voice of the ACE members, right? I do bring my own lens, but as the representative for the ACE committee, I should be bringing their lens, and they should have an opportunity to be able to provide their perspective. I think that's really, really, really important. I know our ACE chairs have talked about this with the board around consultations and policy, and we really haven't been very successful in coming up with a resolution. I am hoping that this policy will allow to resolve those issues and have meaningful consultations with ACE, not as an afterthought, but right up at the front when policies are being considered, and it can be on our agenda, or we have a special meeting. So I agree with Lily. I think it was a bit rude and presumptuous that we don't take responsibility, right? In assuming that we're not trying to consult our ACE members about policies. I was only bringing out our issues that we have on that committee. And I'm taking the opportunity, maybe people who are in the public will be recruited to come to sit on ACE or other equity committees, because they are good committees. People really care and want to contribute. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And going to Trustee Lara.
Perhaps it is because I am not yet old and jaded, but I like to believe that just because we know we cannot make something perfect is not a reason to try and not make it better. We know there are going to be limitations. We know it might not be perfect, but we can make things better. We can try things that might result in a better outcome for people, a better outcome for policymaking, and a better outcome for the district. I hear the concern that the ministry sometimes throws us policies we have to deal with immediately. In the world that I have envisioned, where we put forward our 5-year plan on policy review, those would come to COW the way that they currently do, to be addressed outside of the regular policy review cycle as needed. And so I really do think that we have the opportunity, seeing as we are taking the time to discuss how we review policy, we have the opportunity to design a better system to make sure that the end of this board and future boards have the tools and the framework to be able to meaningfully review policy. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we're going to, seeing no further speakers, going to Trustee Campbell for wrap up.
Very quickly, Mr. Chair, because I believe I've actually substantively already had my wrap up. I just did want to honor staff one last time for all the work and things that's gone into this. It's impressive, and it's a very difficult terrain. And I'm sure will be difficult terrain for us all to navigate in the fall as well. But a lot of work and thought has gone into it. Since at least some trustees are putting their plugs in for structures for us to discuss in the fall, I guess I'll put my plug in for a special purpose committee with different process steps that would include reps to apply a rigorous equity lens. And with that, I hope that we pass this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to call the question on this policy. And please speak out as well as vote. So all those in favor?
Trustee Lyra,
Ellis in favor.
Blackburn in favor.
Boothby in favor.
Campbell in favor.
Huff in favor.
Bell in favor.
Jenikins in favor.
Scott in favor.
Fisher in favor.
Any in favor? And opposed? And abstaining. Thank you very much, and the motion passes. Trustee Fisher, you have your hand up for, and is there?
Yeah, thanks, Keith. I didn't want to raise it during the debate because I thought it was more administrative, but I saw in the last clause of that policy, there was a word Oxford that seemed to be out of place. So I just wanted to flag that with staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I noticed that too, Trustee Fisher, and it has been removed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving on to agenda item 8.5, notice of motion, police support to schools. Call upon Trustee Blackburn to introduce the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Despite what people have said tonight about various things, I have heard the concerns of the community. I've heard them loud and clear. I have been involved in equity and inclusion work basically all of my life, and for very good reason. I have not, and I am not, I repeat, I am not asking for a return of the school resource officer program, despite what has been said over and over and over by various people in the last few days. What I am asking for is the board authorize the Director of Education to have a conversation with the Ottawa Police Service. The way things stand right now, as a result of the decision this board made, we are basically put our administrators in a position where all they can do is call 911. This is not working. This is not working for our students. This is not working for our staff. This is not working for our communities. There are things going on our properties at night that neighbors complain about, illegal behavior that has nothing to do with our students, but our properties are private property. And we have said the police are not welcome there. In our Director of Education, we have a woman, an award-winning Director of Education who has over 30 years as an educator of experience, 30 years of experience in equity inclusion work. Does any trustee, and I'm talking trustees, this is our employee, does any trustee at this table believe that our Director of Education would do anything, agree to anything in the relationship with the Ottawa Police Service that would hurt a student? I want you to think carefully about the answer to that, because I personally do not believe. I trust my director of education. We have situations in our schools where there is, and I have to go quickly, there is violence, students committing violence against other students. And the victims of that violence are getting less service than they had because of the decision we made. The Ottawa Police Service employs more than just police officers. They have processes that can help these people. So I would look forward to the debate and hope that a rational debate will happen and that the right decision will be made for our students.
Thank you very much, Trustee Blackburn. And we do have a list of trustees that wish to ask questions, starting with Trustee Boothby.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to put a motion on the floor here that we defer this motion indefinitely. We already asked staff in our motion that we passed on the SRO program to invite other Ottawa school districts, the City of Ottawa, Ottawa Police Services, and community partners representing equity-seeking groups and groups that experience discrimination and oppression to work collectively through a process that's guided by the human rights-based approach on improving services and supports for youth in crisis, in alignment with our shared commitments to the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. This motion is not needed, and it is doing nothing but causing hurt again to this community that we did issue an apology for, as was pointed out in one of the delegations tonight. It's not necessary. So I'd like to, however I procedurally do that, defer this motion indefinitely.
Okay, so I'm just looking at our bylaws to see which one this is. And there's one postpone indefinitely.
Mhm. That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And it says that it is debatable but not amendable.
That's correct.
Right, so as our speakers to Trustee Boothby, Trustee Boothby, you've already had, I guess, introduction to your motion. Is that correct? Am I correct?
Yes.
All right, and if there's, I have a list of speakers to Trustee Blackburn's motion. I'm assuming that there are people that wish to speak to this one. So I'm just going to go down the list because this is a little bit confusing. So I'm going to go to order of the hands that are here. So Trustee Scott, did you want to debate this?
Yeah, yes, please. I understand the point that Trustee Boothby is making. However, I do have some concern that if we just postpone this indefinitely instead of dealing with it, we may be missing out an opportunity to include in the discussions that we previously directed a chance to work with Ottawa Police Services around expected standards of service for the incidents that do not face students. For example, within the district, we are a large property owner. We have incidents of vandalism, we have incidents of theft, we have incidents of employee misconduct, and a host of other things that do not necessarily have anything to do with with students directly, but certainly do require engagement with police from time to time. And so my question, I guess, through you, is whether it is envisioned that that discussion could take place without a board motion, or whether we would need a board motion to have some conversations about those kinds of issues.
So I'm assuming that question is to the director or someone that the director designates?
Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'll ask Associate Director Reynolds to speak to that question. Associate Director Reynolds. Okay, perhaps he stepped away, so I'll respond to the question. So we don't require a board motion to have those kinds of conversations because we have been having those kinds of conversations. Our relationship with the Ottawa Police Services is required. Just as a number of trustees have raised, we have a whole number of responsibilities pertaining not only to safety of our students, but safety and security of our buildings, and emerging issues that may happen during a school day in the community impacting the school, the actual school, or after the school day. And so these are conversations and these are engagements that have happened and will continue to happen because our responsibility is to the security and safety of our school community that includes students, staff, and members of the public who are participating in our venues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Scott. And moving on to Trustee Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Had the opportunity to speak with staff ahead of time, and I would have, for the public record, asked a question similar to that of Trustee Scott's. It is indeed my understanding that this motion is unneeded and of no effect, from a staff perspective. And honestly, I just find this unduly divisive and concerning. So I certainly support the move to postpone indefinitely. I think it's the right solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And student trustee Amateur Rahim.
I'm currently trying to deal with a problem in my house right now. So if you'll come back to me, that would be great.
No problem. Sorry about that. Moving on to Trustee Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are for the director. So is the director saying to this committee and to the public that principals can call and have police officers attend their schools without calling 911? Is a police officer allowed to enter a school at the behest of a principal whenever the principal decides that that's an appropriate thing to happen?
Through you, Chair, no, the decision around the removal of the SRO, the resource officers, and the conversations that went around it certainly have raised the limitations around how it is that access is achieved, and so we do see that that where it is that a requirement for police presence emerges, that we do see that our staff is more inclined to calling 911 or some other such emergency approach, which doesn't get us the efficiency necessarily of dealing with some of those issues. This is where the conversation is a valuable one. So what our interpretation has been is not that a review or a return of student or school resource officers into buildings, nor policing in buildings, but a relationship with the Ottawa Police Service that has a reciprocal tone to it, does allow for a more focused and precise service when it is that it is required. And there are times that legally it is required. So that said, since the time when the decision was made to remove the SRO program and the ensuing understanding of the negative impact that that program has had, we have been working on how it is that we do reconstitute that conversation and that relationship for when it is required, and that there is a standard of practice that in fact meets the needs of schools without having the infraction against the community as it has in the past. So I know it's a long answer to a short question,
So
but I hope that I got to what
no,
you were trying to ask me,
you-
Trustee
I
Blackburn.
mean, people keep repeating the school resource officer program. I'm not asking for a return to that, okay? What I'm asking you, okay, so so basically what I hear you saying is you're already doing my motion.
Pretty
Okay,
much.
so the board should be clear that the director of education is engaging with the police. Well,
yes.
So I don't understand why you didn't tell me that when I spoke with you that this motion wasn't relevant, because what the principals are telling me is all they can do is call 911. Okay, I spoke to an administrator. Okay, they were on hold on the police line for 3 hours because they had a non-emergency situation, a situation that needed to be dealt with. And they said, had they had an SRO, and it was not a minor situation. It could have been ending up in a 911 call. Okay. And had there been an SRO, it would have been dealt with. But she couldn't even get somebody on the phone for 3 hours, but it wasn't a 911 call. So what are you doing to get service to our schools when we need it? Because you've had a year. If you've engaged in these conversations, based on my conversations with principals who have been the brunt, who have had to deal with the fallout of this situation, based on what they are telling me, you haven't done anything. And it's causing risky situations.
Okay, Trustee Blackburn, let the director answer your question.
No, and I do understand the trustees' frustration, because it is I can't think of another word but murky. It is not clear. And you are right, Trustee Blackburn, that the transition away from the existing program has resulted in significant delays, resulted in people being unsure about who the designated conversation should be with, and that if we had a more the term standard of practice is the right one, a clarity around a new standard of practice, that we would be closer to being more efficient in the way we address calls that are required, but don't have a designated place for those calls to land. So you're correct in that we do need to acknowledge that these conversations need to happen. These are conversations that we need to undertake regardless. We have not undertaken them as quickly as we would have liked to have done. And there is a level of trepidation about how to access these resources to serve students when it's required. And so people do, many of our staff do default to calling 911 or to a road service where they get a slower service than typical. So it's I know that we've seen associate director has returned, and I know that we're also I'm getting some feedback from Superintendent Farish. We have so why don't I turn it over
That's
to
fine.
you?
No, and I have another question.
Okay.
That's fine. So how do you feel, and Superintendent Farish did recognize this, how do you feel about the fact that victims of crime are getting less service than they did before our decision? Stop the clock, please.
So Trustee Blackburn, let's try to keep it to the postponement motion a little bit. I think we're getting a wee bit off track.
Well, the argument's being made that my motion is not necessary. No, this isn't my time. I'm answering his question. People are saying my motion isn't necessary, and I'm saying yes, it is necessary, because the police aren't helping the victims of crime the way they did before. That's a fact. Maybe Superintendent Farish could address that.
Okay.
So thank you through you, Chair. That is a supposition that I'm not quite sure I would call a fact yet. I think that there is a delayed reaction, but I will turn it to Associate Director Reynolds. Or I see, yes, I do see Associate Director Reynolds. So if you're able to pick up that question, Associate Director.
Thanks. And through you, Chair. I mean, answering these questions is challenging for a couple of reasons. The type of service that schools have access to now is different. Without the school resource officer, you're not calling an individual with whom you have developed a working relationship that understands the school context and is there to primarily provide support to schools and school issues. We were used to a very high level of being able to reach someone that day and engage in a conversation that was often more consultative in nature. Now we are phoning the police as pretty much any other business or member of the community would, either through 911 or through a reporting line where a report is taken and it may be passed off to someone that would investigate it, and we can follow up and have conversations with that individual. It's just, so are victims of violent crime or crime receiving, support from police? Yes, they are, just as if they experience crime in a shopping mall or in their home, but we don't have the same degree of support as we did. And I'm sure that others could point out that some students in our schools feel safer as a result of that. So it's a difficult one to answer concretely.
But again, I'm not asking to go back to what we had. Why do people keep talking about what we had? I'm not asking to go back to that, but I'm asking to make improvements to what we have, because what we have now is not working. It's not working. That is what teachers are telling me. That's what principals are telling me. That's what office administrators are telling me. That's what parents are telling me. The silent majority, the silenced majority, that's who I'm talking about.
Would you like to go back on the list for this debate, Trustee Blackburn? As a second time speaker?
Through you, Chair, if I may just respond to that last comment. I want to be clear about what it is that staff have understood the motion to mean. And I want to be clear that the staff has not understood the motion as an intention to engage in policing in schools. We did not take that understanding of the motion. And I also want to be clear that we understood the interpretation of the motion to engage with police to support in an efficient relationship with schools where it is required to have a relationship. So we have looked at the motion as a go forward, not a go backward. So I just want to be very clear that we do not perceive any intention to return policing to schools or in schools.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. And going to Trustee Lyra.
So we have members of the community who have been hurt by police. That is why we apologized. Every time we open up this debate, they come forward and tell their stories because they don't want other people to get hurt by policing in schools. And every time you relive those stories, you tell them it hurts. I don't know if any of you have had emotional or difficult experiences that you have had to relive. They might be divorces, they might be past traumas, but talking about those things, it hurts. And every time we reopen this debate and those people feel the need to come forwards and tell us why they do not support policing in schools and why we should be very cautious about the relationship that we build between the administration and the police system, it hurts them. And so the continuation of this debate every 6 months is going to continue to hurt members of our community. I'm of the opinion that, and to quote one of my colleagues from quite a while ago, we punt this into space and we never look back. And I don't want to see this motion come back in 3 months because, like I said, there are going to be members of the community who feel the need to come forward and tell us their experiences, and that hurts and that's pain. And why would we knowingly cause pain to members of our community? I would encourage everyone on the board to vote this, to pass Trustee Boothby's motion. And I would encourage everyone on the board to let this issue lie. We waited 10 years before we reviewed the SRO program. Let us give this the next 9.5 years, and then we can compare results. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Lyra. Moving on to Trustee Bell.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to Trustee Boothby for bringing forth this deferral. I think Lyra, Trustee Evans has said it very clearly. This brings pain to our community every time we discuss it. And I also appreciate in her opening remarks how Trustee Boothby asked that we look at Part D of our previous motion, which was to invite in community organizations to discuss through a human rights-based approach how we can work with our obligations to police and our community to ensure that this type of hurt does not happen again. And I would like, if possible, for the director or for someone to give us an update on the work that is underway to create that roundtable of community members.
Trustee Bell, I think that we really should be talking about either postponing indefinitely or not. I think that conversation is probably only tangentially germane to the subject matter.
Okay, I would just say that it is absolutely important to the subject matter because that is one way in which we can begin to build trust with our community. And so that maybe when trust is built more widely, we can actually come together and review this in a way that will actually help and not hurt our community. And so that's why I wanted an update on that. But if it's not possible, maybe it can be done at a future date. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And going to trustee Ellis, and after trustee Ellis, we'll have the 10:30 vote.
I was going to call the question. So you may want to do the 10:30 vote and then do the call the question. Or,
All right, it's 10:29, so you can call the question if you wish.
I'd like to call the question. I'd like to call for a vote on the deferral.
So there's a motion to end debate and not debatable. So I'd like to call a question on ending debate. All those in favor?
Boothby in favor.
Lyra in favor.
Ellis in favor.
Campbell.
Bell in favor.
Huff in favor.
Chair in favor.
Opposed?
Sorry, I'm in favor too. I couldn't get my mute button to work there. Trustee
s-
Jennings.
And Scott in favor.
Opposed? To ending debate?
Blackburn opposed.
And the motion to end debate passes. So we're going back to, I guess it's 10:30. So the debate is ended. So we're going to have the 10:30 vote. All those in favor of continuing, and we need 3/4, is it? I can't remember. I'm always getting this one wrong. Is it 2/3 or 3/4 or simple majority? Executive officer. I think it's
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's 2/3.
2/3. Okay, so all those in favor of continuing, given that the debate has been ended?
Ellis in favor.
Lyra in favor.
Boothby in favor.
Campbell in favor.
Jennings in favor.
Scott in favor.
Fisher favor.
Huff in favor.
And opposed? And the motion to continue past 10:30 passes. And so we're going to go back to trustee Blackburn for wrap up.
No, it's trustee Boothby for wrap up.
Sorry, you're correct, trustee Boothby, for wrap up on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you. So we've had a chance to do a bit of discussion here, and I thank my colleagues for that. We are well within our rights to ask staff for a report to come at some time on what specifically they are doing, but we have already tasked staff to work with OPS in a human rights informed approach, and we don't need to open this up again so that our community potentially feels threatened. We can trust our director and our associate director to do what is necessary under the motion and to keep our schools operating. So I urge trustees to vote for this postponement so that we can continue to allow communities that feel under threat to heal. And we can put this in the very capable hands of our director and associate director. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to call a question on the motion to postpone trustee Blackburn's motion indefinitely. All those in favor?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes, we can do that. So Manager True, can we facilitate that?
I'm just double checking the request
Yes,
for
we
a
can.
recorded vote on the motion.
My recollection is the board or any of its committees before the vote is called.
What I'm checking is a recorded vote on a procedural motion. Sorry, the recorded vote is on the substantive motion. I'm confused. My apologies.
So the student trustee asked for a recorded vote on the procedural motion.
Okay.
And if I may, if I may, I believe the clause is in the regulation for student trustees. And I don't think it specified that it had to be a substantive motion.
You're right. The rule is different for student trustees. Thank you, Chair Scott.
So Manager Guthrie, can we facilitate a recorded vote then? Please?
Yes, we can. Trustee Boothby,
In favor.
trustee Blackburn, trustee Huff,
In favor.
trustee Campbell,
In favor.
trustee Ellis,
In favor.
trustee Jennings,
In favor.
trustee Penny,
In favor.
trustee Lyra,
In favor.
trustee Bell,
In favor?
trustee Fisher,
In favor.
trustee Scott,
In favor.
I'm trying trustee Blackburn an additional time.
And the student trustees.
Student trustee Chen,
In favor.
student trustee Salamalada,
In favor.
that's 10 trustees in favor, 2 student trustees in favor.
Thank you very much. So the motion to postpone indefinitely passes. And might as well finish this, won't take long. So moving on agenda to 9.1, Indigenous Education Council minutes of March the 10th, 2022. Call for a mover to receive the report. Trustee Huff, thank you very much. Are there any errors and or omissions? Seeing none, I'd like to call a question on receipt. All those in favor? And opposed? Passes. Thank you very much. Moving on. I'd like to call for a mover to receive the Advisory Committee and an Extended Day and Childcare Report of March 30th, 2022. Trustee Boothby, thank you very much. Are there any errors and or omissions? Seeing none, I'd like to call a question. All those in favor of receipt? Opposed? That passes. Thank you very much. I'd like to call for a mover to receive the Special Education Advisory Committee report, April the 6th, 2022. Trustee Ellis, thank you very much. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'd like to call the question on receipt. All those in favor? And opposed? That passes. Thank you. Moving on to information items really quickly. Report from OPSPA representatives. Trustee Boothby.
Thank you, Chair. The report is there and I'll just leave it for trustees to look at. And if there are any questions, they can email myself or you. I just would point out to trustees, there were some interesting initiatives from other school boards that were raised in regional meetings that are at the end of the report. So just to have trustees look at those. Otherwise, unless there are questions, I'll just leave it for trustees. Thanks.
Trustee Lyra?
We have an update on the motions we put to OPSPA.
Yes, they both passed with recommendations from the Board of Directors, so they will be coming forward to the AGM. There are Trustee Lyra, pardon me, Trustee Penny, or I will be getting in touch with you. There's a couple of suggestions perhaps to just enhance the motion that you put forward. But yes, they were both well received from the executive and the Board of Directors.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions for Trustee Boothby, moving on. New ministry initiatives update, Madam Director.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. There are no further updates today.
Thank you very much. OSTA update, and seeing that there's no Trustee Blackburn. Moving on, any OSTA updates, Madam Director?
No new updates. There was an invitation for a survey to go out, but I believe that that is being pushed through OSTA, so there will be more information to the public through their website.
Thank you very much. Item 11, new business information and inquiries. Is there any new business? And seeing none, I'd like to declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.